stuff I got to do in Colorado. I don't know if I even told you.
Yes, indeed. I got Taryn in the building. Real Enigmas and Theories is back again with another live stream. 2 days in a row. Was live last night with PM. You know what I'm saying? We had a real good build. The build was great. We talked about the deviled egg theory. We talked about Sarah. We talked about Boyd. We talked about the changes that the people are going through and how they're definitely changing. Something has happened. We talked about a lot. And there's a lot we didn't talk about. Let me go to these shout outs real quick. First, let me bring my man 50 grand up, Taryn Matheru. How you doing, my brother? How you? You on? Can you hear?
Hey, yeah. So just so everyone knows, I'm still have lost my voice. It's coming back now, but you probably won't hear me talk as much as usual, which will probably be a blessing for most of you, actually. But yeah, I'm okay. I'm recovering from some sort of virus that my group all somehow got while we were out in Egypt, and some of us went to hospital and stuff. It was pretty crazy. But I'm in recovery now, and looking forward to talking a little bit about the finale. Yeah.
Yes. I'm sure people are definitely interested in hearing your thoughts on it. I want to hear what you are thinking now. We were rooting for an alternate ending. We didn't get one. I'm cool with the ending. I actually love the ending because it's a net positive for the fandom. It's a net positive for the show. People really wanted Smiles Davis back. They got that. You know, a lot of people wanted Jim dead, and they got that. You know, we wanted to know what happens when the slow walker kills you. We got that. We wanted to see somebody at least talk about capturing a monster. We got that. You know, there's a lot of things that we were served. Hence the word fan service. I loved it, but there were things that I didn't like as well. And I'm sure we're going to both talk about some of that. We're going to talk about everything else. I'm going to get into these shout outs real quick. We got Vic first in the door. Vic, speaking of door, hit that like button on your way in, everybody. Yes, indeed, it's free. We can make it happen. We rocking with Real Enigmas and Theories and Taryn right now. We got the man in black in the building. You know what I'm saying? The man in black in the building. We have, who else? Bitey is here early. Yes, Bitey's here at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have Debbie Ebby Bo Bebby is in the building. Suzanne is in the building. Good day. Yes. Real got the heat beat. Oh yeah, I had to go ahead and cook up something for the little live streams or whatever. I was getting tired of that old beat, so I had to cook this one up. This is new. Best bumper music on YouTube. Thank you very much, Debbie Ebby Bo Bebby. I put you on my shout outs in my last video, and there's a very special shout out that I didn't get a chance to get to, and I should have. I charge it to my head and not to my heart, but I'll get to that. Yeah, who else we got here early? Hey, the wonderful, beautiful Chocolate Beauty is in the building. Hey, cousins. Yes, always. TM was living his best life. Yes, he was in Egypt. He was on an adventure in Egypt. Now he's back. We ready. He came back sick. He's feeling better. You know what I'm saying? And like Chocolate Beauty, praying for a speedy recovery. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. I was dealing with a little sciatica for the past couple days. Was slowing me down. I had sciatica really bad. You know what I'm saying? Not to be too explicit, but when I get sciatica, it wraps around my waist and it kind of grabs my tendons. You feel me? It feels like, yeah. But anyway, we're all on the road to recovery. Glue Guns and Roses, good to see you in the building. Haven't seen you for a couple lives. Definitely great to see your presence here. Glue Guns and Roses has an awesome channel. I actually have looked up a lot, look at a lot of her videos. She's pretty dope. Go check her out. You know what I'm saying? Shara's Stories. Hey, how you doing, Shara? Good to see you here. Yes. Who else is here? We got all the cousins in the building tonight. Mish is in the building. Hey, Mish. Mm-hmm. This little cold front has my bones achy. Uh-oh. Join the crowd. We in pain over here. Terrence sick. You know what I'm saying? He over there sounded like Elmer Fudd and shit. You hear his voice. Bro came back from Egypt and that hawk grabbed his ass real quick, snatched him up, shook him around real quick. I couldn't hear. I was calling bro. Bro called me. He sounded like Elmer Fudd. He said, "Hey, Will." I said, "Oh shit, bro, you really sick." Yes, indeed. Nene, how you doing, Nene? Good to see Nene in the building. Yes. Thank you. All my mods, all my beautiful mods and beautiful people here. Oh, we got PM Philosophy is in the building. Good to see you here, PM. Yes. We had a great live. We always have a great conversation. You know what I mean? She says, very excited to hear Terrence take on the finale. Me too. You know, we talked about it very little bit. You know, he's been under the weather. I've been going through what I'm going through, and we didn't really have much time to talk about it. So y'all are about to have ears on this whole conversation. Yes. So Taryn, what's going on? What's going on? Where were you when you saw the finale?
I was very, very sick in bed, having just got off a plane. Yeah, I didn't really, I actually kind of like, watched it in a fever dream. So it was a weird experience to watch it. Because I was, suffering from a really high fever at that point. Yeah, so I watched it. I'd seen the spoilers pretty early on, and I decided to investigate those spoilers because I believed that it was so ridiculous that it was a prank, basically, and or some sort of improvised joke that was made quite quickly. Then I started thinking that they actually filmed an entire alternate ending, and they'd shared it with like smaller channels as like a sort of prank to sort of an inside joke with all of them, and then letting all of them watch this alternate version and then say, oh, you can watch the real finale live with everyone else now. So I thought that for a while, and then obviously I watched it and I was like, wow, this is what they actually published to the public as well. So then I thought maybe there's like a Thanksgiving special, because I thought that they'd used like a frozen turkey as a prop when like filming some of it. And that didn't happen either. So, I've run out of cope, basically, or copium. And it seems like it might be the real ending, but I am holding out hope still that actually there is an alternate ending and we won't see it for a whole year and a half, or at least until Christmas, or next Thanksgiving, because it's going to be that long till the next season comes out. So that's my thinking potentially.
So pretty much you're still thinking alternate ending.
I'm hoping for it.
But you think the alternate ending is going to be at the beginning of the next season?
I think, yeah, potentially.
Oh man, I don't know about that one.
Look, it's very low chance, but there's so many problems with how the show ended that like I just don't know where they're gonna go with it. So yeah, I guess what I am saying is I didn't really like the ending very much. That's not to say I'm like super upset with it and oh it's terrible, but like there are certain things about it that I really didn't like. And yeah, the old ending thing is quite unlikely now, I think. And I'm not trying to take away from anyone else's enjoyment of it. I think for me, my biggest issues with it were like some of the things that supposedly this ending answered were impossible to predict based on clues. They were completely unpredictable. Like no one still has been able to figure out why Ankui means remember. It's not a language that seems to exist. No one's been able to reverse engineer it at all. So it feels like they sent everyone on a wild goose chase on that one. And then I guess the red thing that you see in the cave being Smiley's like egg cape. I mean, no one was gonna guess that. So I guess I was disappointed that some of the things on the show, like the music thing as well.
Yeah, the music thing doesn't even track out to like what it is.
Like apparently the song
And,
itself
and they're
isn't.
not divulging all of the numbers, so you can't really go check to see if that's what they did. Some of the notes match up to numbers, some of them, but not all of them. And
Yeah.
you could not have seen that, from like the numbers, but the way they did that was fire. I think that is dope. And I think David Outplay did a really good job connecting those numbers to those notes. Because from what you see, it does track, but there's other parts of the song that are not available in the numbers at all. I've done it already. Don't get me. I didn't take music theory in college or anything like that, but I've been a student of music all my life, and I'm not the best at music theory, but I do know a few things. And what they're saying tracks out as far as corresponding numbers being with the 12 in the notes. You have, the 7 white keys and the 5 black keys, that makes 12. All of that tracks out. And if, in the beginning of the song, like those 4 notes, boo 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 boo, like okay, those track. But then like they didn't give you the whole information so that we could actually go look and play that song.
It was unsolvable, and they also only gave us like 3 weeks to solve it as well.
Here's the thing, right? Tony even solved what it was. And the way you could solve it was very simple, because Jade says, in these numbers, there's a key. Okay. And we know that keys, are notes. All right. And also Jade plays the violin, and so did Miranda. And so that's what I'm surmising, how Tony figured that shit out. You know what I'm saying? Because the clues were there. When you look at it in hindsight, it's definitely there. And you know what I mean? And obviously we have a theorist who got the shit right. Also, the egg theory was totally spot on. I know a lot of the other creators out there are not going to give me credit for that, but Tony definitely gave me credit. PM gave me credit. And also a very, very special shout out to Scaramonger, who I did not mention in my shout outs, which I definitely wished I did. You know what I'm saying? Charge that to my head and not to my heart. Scaramonger, I apologize for not adding you in that, because you were actually singing my praises before the finale. You told me that my egg theory was going to hatch, and the egg got carried down the hatch, and then it hatched. I thought that was really dope. You know what I mean? But yeah. And Luna Cascade, hey, how you doing? Good to see you here. We got Teresca here. We have who else? We got Golden Child is here. Who else? Just a couple more people. Who else is here? New people. Carrie is here, sending much love back to you, Carrie. Yes, much love to Carrie. Peter Griffin is here as well. Yeah, y'all down there chatting it up. Okay. But yeah, so shout out to Tony for, like I said, I can't say it enough. Shout out to Tony for shouting
the
me
key
out.
thing is very interesting. I hadn't heard that before. So yeah, and they also, you have Henry saying that voice you know, when he's talking to Victor, and if you look on Wikipedia for voice, you know, it talks about a musical number. So, you know, I just don't understand why they were hinting the 17th number in the Fibonacci sequence on the Ronda-Move website. You know, that was just random, it seemed, and unconnected to trying to solve the music clues. So yeah, but I think the other thing that I didn't enjoy very much about the ending was the way that they delivered the information was quite. It's like writing 101 is show don't tell, and they literally had like information arrive in the brains of 3 different people, and then they just explained information to you, which is it's like literally the definition of telling, you know, with no showing at all. So I found that kind of interesting and unusual. Um, I just found it strange that this Ankui thing ends up being a made up word.
Yeah, that was crazy. That
I,
that threw me off.
that's a big wild goose chase to send everyone on. You know, the showrunners knew that people would spend, you know, a full year and a bit trying to figure out what it meant, you know, looking up various languages, trying to figure it out. The fact that it just means remember, it's so strange. And why is there a music puzzle set by the children? Why like I don't quite understand this at all as well.
I don't think that the music puzzle was sent by the children.
Okay,
I think that the man in yellow orchestrated that music puzzle. You know what I mean? Or whoever trapped him. He was trapped in that music setting free. He said, that's a hell of a song that Jade sure can play. I know a lot of people disagree with that. We'll find out next season.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We can debate about that all season.
Yeah.
But I mean, he did mention the song, and he did mention Jade playing it. Like he was happy that Jade played it. Like he was, you know, that Jade sure can play. He did the trick. He let me out. You know what I'm saying? I think it would be pretty lame for the song to have made them remember what the word Ankui meant. I also find it very strange on why the hell were the kids screaming remember when they were being tortured and killed. That doesn't make sense either, because that's what really hurt.
There's just so many data points that tell me that this is sort of an improvised fun version. And but I'm so confused as to, like, you know, surely if this was a prank, they wouldn't let it go on for a year. So, you know, I'm just very confused. The actors, for example, like Nathan just did an interview where he said the entire torture scene was improvised, and he even mocks the scene and talks about how Boyd, you know, slams the nail into the table and it doesn't even like penetrate, you know, and it just looks kind of goofy, you know, and he's mocking it. And, you know, in the Instagram live show after the finale came out, when all the, like, several of the actors were jumping in and out, they were just mocking the ending relentlessly. Talking about Jade's their daddy now, and like, and it's funny because John Griffin, the showrunner, he jumps on this, and he's like, yeah, you know, they're like, so Tabitha has 3 husbands, and he kind of looks it's almost like he's embarrassed, and he's like, it's an interesting idea, as if that's not the case. You know, it's just very unusual the way the actors are acting. I mean,
what's crazy is, like, this is the funny part. Y'all could go check this if you don't believe me. All the jokes that I was making, right after the finale, the show started at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I played it, I watched it, I laughed my ass off, and I thought about it, and I was like, I gotta go live. Fuck this. I gotta go live. I went live about 2:00. And all the jokes that I made about the show, not the roasting parts, because I was roasting motherfuckers on that live and everything, but like, not the roasting part, but all of the jokes about the finale, all of the actors said those jokes afterwards. And I'm not saying that they watched my live and said the jokes, but what I think happened was I think they knew that these aspects were going to be funny. And I think that they knew that these aspects were going to shock the community. But as I said, I think that it shocked the community in a good way. And Luna Cascade asked a great question. Hey, yo, what up, Percy? Shout out to Percy. He's here. Luna Cascade asked a question. I'm trying to find the thing. She said, what about the finale did you like?
I like that Smiley's back.
Hey!
You know, I want to see more of that actor.
Yo, I'm gonna try to link up with him so that when we get to Newfoundland, we can holler at him.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to meet up with him and Sean Majunda as well.
Yeah, because they both live in Newfoundland.
Yeah, they're both from Newfoundland. I'm trying to pronounce it correctly. People have told me that it's not Newfoundland, it's Newfoundland.
Newfoundland.
Yeah, that's how. And like, I've mispronounced it twice. It seems like I've mispronounced Beorthuk wrong several times, and Mikamor. So I'm trying to learn the pronunciations, but I've read them. You know when you learn a word from reading, not from hearing it read out loud.
Yeah.
And then like it's stuck in your head that way.
It's stuck in your head that way. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of words that I've used a lot are words that I learned through reading.
Word, yeah. Same here. Same here.
But yeah, look, to be honest,
now we can like Google pronunciations and stuff like that. But still, even times that gets it wrong because I went and double checked the Newfoundland thing, and I feel like we were saying it the right way the second time, not the first time when we were saying Newfoundland.
Yeah, that's right.
But the Newfoundland sounds like how they say it to me.
Yeah, I think you pronounce it correctly. I'm the one who pronounces it wrong.
Okay. Yeah, because I looked it up. I Googled it, of course, and I said, yeah, we got to get this right. I got to drill this into my head, pause before I go out there saying that shit wrong. I don't want to say it wrong.
Yeah, but they're pretty, I think it's more like people from Canada mispronouncing it. It's different for someone who's a foreigner.
Right, yeah, true indeed.
The Newfoundlanders are very nice people from what I hear.
And I'm glad he's back. Check this out, right? You were telling me to reach out to him like before the season started. You were like, yo, you need to reach out to him because we're going out there, blah, 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 right? So then he ends up being the guy that they bring back on the show. So now when we go reach out to him, that shit's gonna hit different. You feel me? Like I mean, it's gonna hit way different. Like now we're reaching out to another cast member once again. And also Father Kotry's still pretty much a cast member. I mean, he's a ghost, but shit, he's still here.
Yeah, that's true.
We got a super chat. Luna Cascade, thank you for your generosity. She said, no disrespect, Taryn, but if the show agreed with your theories, would you have a higher opinion of the show finale? Is there anything you like? And he said, I guess he answered the Smiley thing. Is there anything else you like? And if it would have went aligned with your theories, I'm sure you would have liked it more. Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, of course. I mean, for me, I don't actually have that much to change about my theory because mostly I predicted that stuff was going to happen. But there wasn't much that happened that sort of discredits much of my theory, except for a very large portion of my theorizing around Eloise. If this is the real ending, all of that is wrong. All of it. And
the gym thing too.
Yeah, the gym, all the gym, time traveling gym stuff, Tabitha being Eloise, all of that is wrong if this is the ending, right? So I admit all of that's wrong. But in terms of like my overall theory of the show, the John Cabot, the historical figures passing objects across time, none of that's been disproven. And reincarnation does slot quite well into my theory. If you look at the diagrams that I have, there are various archetypes where people represent these sort of archetypal roles of like the maiden and the hero. So that works if that's reincarnation because they're different people each timeline. So it all works, but yeah, a lot of my theorizing around Eloise would be wrong. Did you notice that we found out what Acosta's name is in the
Danny, yeah,
book?
that was pretty cool.
So I thought what was interesting about that is that Eloise is being hinted at maybe still being in Fromland somewhere. If you've watched Lost, there's another character called Danny, Danielle Rousseau, who's the woman who's been living on her own in the jungle for like decades, right? So are they hinting that there's going to be a Daniel Rousseau-like character, maybe Eloise, in a later season? And maybe that's what all this Eloise stuff is hinting at.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, because there's something that could be going on. I think we're gonna get some for season 4. This is my bingo card. We're gonna get some things about Eloise. There's going to be a revelation about Eloise, and we might even see Eloise. I think we're gonna learn about what's going on at the cabins. Part of my theory is Cabbage Patch Kids, right? Cabbage Patch Kids. I think that's going to happen. We're gonna learn about more of the Cabbage Patch Kids and the Oddfellows. However, I think that the Oddfellows are going to take shape of a secret society of some sorts that has to do with the Rendezvous people. Okay, so I don't know if we're gonna. I'm thinking like I was thinking aliens and rendezvous in season 5 maybe, but I think they might push the rendezvous shit up to season 4. Season 4 we're gonna get rendezvous, Cabbage Patch Kids, Oddfellows, more of time traveling Julie, and possibly a revelation about either Mari or Randall. What would their abilities be, or can they go back in time like Julie did? And we'll find that out. I had a good theory that I think that those scratches that you see on Julie's face is a result of the teenage boy slow walker scratched her in the face. That's where I think she got the scratch from. That's why I think he calls her by name. I also think that Julie has changed things already. I think that there's been several things that have been changed, and we've seen some incontinuities and things that I've pointed out before. I think those are results of Julie changing things. I think Julie has changed things more than once. I mean, Ethan is totally wrong about that, and we knew that Ethan was wrong about that when he said it because she threw the rope down. So she obviously can interact while she's there. And Martin knew her name, and he probably knew her name because she'd been there before. But yeah, I do want to ask you this right here. So we got to a point now where our theories have been automatically audited by what the actual ending is, right? And you said the core part of your theory, which is the Eloise stuff, the Jim stuff, and everything. I want to point this out to you that I believe that the things that you're saying in your theory about the items and things, objects pass through time, I think that's going to show up. But I don't think it's going to show up in the way you think it's going to show up. I think that what I've been saying to you about the esoteric, pay attention to the esoterics, and they're going to show up in some way, and you never know how they're going to show up. But I think the egg showing up and Fatima laying the egg, the eggplant she bit off, Tilly licking the eggs, the egg plate from Tien Chen, the eggs in Victor's lunchbox, you know, the answer being 12. All of those things I think like should show you like, yeah, the esoterics is where it's at. You know what I mean? That's my thing to you. You know what I'm saying? What do you think about that now that this is played out the way it has?
I mean, look, that stuff about Eloise was always very speculative. If you watch my YouTube video, I put several caveats before my predictions for what would happen in season 3, saying this is very, very speculative stuff. So it's not core to my theory at all, really. So it hasn't changed my opinion. In fact, there are parts of my theory that I think have become more likely. For example, the Bigfoot stuff. We haven't been introduced to any new creatures, if that's the real finale, right? But we do know that there's something big and different walking around at night
You got the
outside.
man in yellow.
It could be him, but I don't think that's who it is. I really don't. So I think that there is more likelihood. I mean, why would he be walking around at night when he can walk around during the day, for example?
Yeah,
Why
but see, I think he was released and set free. I think he was set free by that song. That's why he said that's a hell of a song. Jay sure can play.
Okay,
Right.
well, that's your theory, right? But what
Like
I'm
he's saying that's what he pretty much
saying it
confirmed that
right.
he wanted that to be the outcome.
Okay, but that's you speculating here, right? To try and explain it, right? I'm just saying an easy explanation for that would be that that's Bigfoot walking around out there. Okay. And you can say, well, there's other things it could be.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that you're speculating that the man in yellow was the one walking around at the cabins?
No, I'm saying that the fact that there is a mysterious new monster walking around outside at night with heavy footsteps suggests that my prediction that there might be Bigfoot showing up eventually on the show became more likely with that happening in season 3. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that could be a possibility. I mean, I believe that a Bigfoot could show up. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about the Bigfoot showing up is I believe that a giant spider could show up too. You know what I mean? My thing is if whatever dragged that tent took them to those spiders and Boyd stepped on a hatchery. Okay, Boyd stepped on a hatchery and those spiders that came out was big as hell. And so if those are the babies coming up out of the hatchery, then the mother has to be at least 1,000 times larger than those spiders because a mother spider can fit 1,000 of her babies on her back. So
yeah, there's got to be a giant spider out there. 100%.
There's got to be a giant spider out there.
100% there is. You don't tease like that and then not give you it,
Right.
There's no way. There's literally an entire human wrapped up in cobwebs against a tree.
That's not something that a bunch of little spiders can do. That's a big spider.
And what does Ethan say? Ethan literally says the words giant spiders.
Yes, he did.
There might be more than one, but there's definitely at least one giant spider, right?
It would have to be another one if they're having babies. You know what I mean? Okay, the man in black dropped a super chat. He says, Taryn Matheru, why do you think my nephew, the man in yellow, killed Big Jim?
Oh man. It's so hard to speculate about an ending that I'm still like in two minds whether it's real or not. So it's this is a weird. I'm gonna need some time to adjust because I honestly I'm still watching all the interviews with these actors and they keep hinting that there's something funny about this ending to me somehow, and I can't get over it. Yeah, I haven't got over it yet. But yeah, let's say that he did kill Jim. Why? I mean, Jim doesn't deserve it. There's so many things wrong with this ending, but what did Jim do when he was warned your wife shouldn't be digging that hole? He goes
Jim. I think Jim is connected to the place in some way, other than being married to Tabitha. Okay,
but can I finish my thought?
Sure.
Just quickly? Yeah. So,
I thought you were asking a question. My fault, brother.
Yeah. Well, I am, but you didn't answer it. Didn't answer it.
Okay, go ahead.
So why is what does he do when he hears your wife shouldn't be digging that hole? He immediately goes to stop his wife from digging the hole. Immediately. Like literally, he drops the phone and runs. Right? So why is Jim now in trouble? You know, like he's like, I tried to warn you, your wife shouldn't have dug that hole. I mean, he rips his throat out. Like it just felt like such a like, what did Tabitha digging that hole really do? You know, okay, she sees the children in white for the first time down there. We
Digging
do.
for information.
I just don't. It feels too abstract to me. It's such an abstract thing.
He helped Jay solve the equation. And he helped Jim helped Jay solve the equation. And he's also connected to this place. I believe that he's connected to this place. I still don't think that just because Miranda was making a bunch of those bracelets, that Jim's father being the owner of the bootlaces is arbitrary. I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But, I just found it strange, to be honest, to blame Jim for something his wife did. As if he's his wife's keeper. I found that was quite strange. But maybe he's a super sexist, big bad, as well, and doesn't give women in his orbit agency. Maybe he's got a very archaic view of men and women and what a marriage is. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems, to be honest, it could have been to mess with Julie. Maybe Julie's a thorn in his side. He almost seems to know Julie. Does he reference Julie by name?
No.
I thought like the way he throws Julie away.
She clearly knew who he was.
Yeah, it felt so like. Let me get my mind on board with this, and think it's real for a second. That wig was so terrible as well, by the way, and a completely completely different shade of hair color to the real Julie's hair, by the way. But to answer the question, yeah, maybe it's to mess with Julie. Maybe Julie's time traveling around, and messing with his plans, and where the story hasn't been told yet. So maybe yeah, it's too annoying. But yeah, that wig was terrible. Another thing to say is Ethan is going to be a year and a half older, guys.
He's going to be a year and a half older when it airs, not when they filmed him.
I know, but it's already been a year since they filmed last.
Yeah, facts.
So he's going to be older, and they're taking a break and filming in spring. In fact, Ricky He has confirmed that the next season is in spring. So it's like, okay, so hang on. So winter's over now because they played the song. So I guess that solved winter for some reason. I don't know. And then Ethan's going to be a year older and they're not going to explain it. Like, again, I was like, they got to send Ethan.
Well, now they've got time travel, so now they could play a lot. Because they could start at another point in time. They could start at another point in time and then come back and all this bullshit has happened and Ethan's a little older. Everybody's still stuck in this place. But there's one thing I want to point out before I forget.
They got to send Ethan time traveling.
They could, or they could send somebody else and we could follow this person and then a year's gone by when they get back. Or some time has gone by when this person gets back and Ethan's older. He has some sort of role in the community. We find out that he took the gun from Boyd, Victor's gun or something. Something happens there. But I want to talk about this before I forget. Okay, so there was a big revelation given to us from Tabitha and Jade. All right. So Jade says Ankui means remember. Jim runs off. Jade's standing there like dealing with what he's remembering, right? Jim runs off and snatches Tabitha up by the arm. He grabbed her hard as hell, by the way. But he shook her and said, no, tell me. So she tells him that she's reincarnated over and over again. And boom, boom, boom. And her and Jade used to be lovers and their child and whatever. Okay. Jim was the only other person that knew that information, and he's dead. Does Tabitha and Jay go back to the town and tell people what they did way back when, and that do they go back there into that awkward situation where they tell everybody that they're the ones that are reincarnated into this place and shit like that? Or do they keep that to themselves? Because I'm going to tell you, they could totally go there with their mind to tell everybody what's going on. But then they get back and Jim's dead. And that derails that whole conversation. And they kick it down the road. They kick the can down the road and not talk about it. You know, they deal with it later.
I totally see that happening. That sounds totally right to me. If this is how they're going, then yeah. I don't think they would tell the town because everyone would give them so much shit. And it would just be so boring. Can you imagine next season, just the whole time people just grabbing Jade and being like, fucking remember something, screaming Ankui in his face. And you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, what?
Yo, that would be funny as hell. So
what is happening? What is going on with this show? Like, so now the show basically is like, we give you guys a riddle. When you watch the show, you can't solve the riddle yourself, really, but we give you one, and then they solve a riddle each season. So the last one, it was like, you got to find a torch and light it, and then smash a music box. That's the solution to the last season. This season, it's you got to like put a melody together based on some numbers that are like 10 numbers with 2 numbers backwards, which means 12, which then creates a chromatic scale. But the song that it solves to is not in the chromatic scale. So, and then we don't show you the numbers in order at any point. And by the way, when they filmed the scene, David Alpay was like literally making the numbers up as he went along and like writing them down. You know, again, another improvised ending scene, which just seems so strange. But you know, I'm just like, what is going on now? So is this what happens each season? Basically, there's a riddle that seems to be pretty unsolvable, and they solve it, and then the next thing happens. So I'm just not quite sure what direction they're going in with this, if this is the real ending.
I like this comment right here. Suzanne says, you might be right there, Taryn. I think maybe that the ending is not real due to the fact that it seems like it was in the future because of Julie appeared to be, because of Julie, she appeared to be in the future. Or I know what you're saying there. You're saying that Julie that we saw appears to be a future Julie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think
anything could happen when you put time travel into something, though, Taryn. Anything could happen. There could be an alternate ending.
It's true, but remember, Ethan says once a story's been told, you can't change it. We've literally seen it play out on the screen. That's the story being told. So maybe it's like Ethan's wrong. Ethan doesn't know what the fuck he's talking.
Ethan's wrong because he was wrong about Julie. He's wrong about that. She obviously threw a rope down. Okay. Mm-hmm. And we know that Julie was not there with Boyd when that happened. We now know that she traveled back there from the future. After the rope was thrown down, she went back to that point in season 3. Well, I'm going to say in season 3, she goes back to a point that we saw in season 2. So that means she has changed something. Boyd being down there stuck in that well, because sometimes you get stuck and you're fucked, right? So, you know, the fact that she put the rope down there, that blows Ethan out the water with the whole you can't change anything, because she obviously went back and changed something with that, or that whole shit wouldn't have happened. Think about it, right? There's your bootstrap paradox right there. Because if Julie doesn't throw the rope down, Boyd doesn't get the torch. Boyd doesn't get the torch, he doesn't free Julie. If Julie doesn't throw the rope down, Boyd doesn't bring the cicadas back to town. So there's your anomaly right there. That's your time travel conundrum right there. They threw it somewhere else. We thought it was going to be with the bracelet, but it was actually with Julie.
Yeah. I mean, here's another interesting thing. In episode 8, I think it is, Christopher says this place lies. All this place does is lie. And then we have random information arriving in people's heads, and them saying, "Oh, I know the monsters. They wanted to live. That they were the townspeople, the original people, and they and they sacrificed their children so that they could live forever." You know that.
I have a problem with how we
Yeah.
found that information out.
Yes, man. It's like, it's not even like a bad guy shows up and explains it. Like, that would at least be more interesting if the man in yellow said it. You know, at least that would be interesting. Or like
Yeah, I just think it was lame to have somebody that has nothing to do with that whole situation about the kids come along and say that she saw it.
Yeah.
And she didn't even say anyone told her. She didn't say that the kimono lady told her. She said she said, I saw what those things are. And it's like, how did you see it? When did you see it? Yeah. What happened? Like, I just think that was so trash.
Smiley was inside her, so she picked up some of his memories. So and also like
that would be crazy. I mean, that would have been a great way to give that information, that she was catching premonitions just because she had Smiley inside of her, which doesn't really make much sense to me. I hear people out there. I have a problem with Smiley being reincarnated through Fatima's pregnancy because she was pregnant before Smiley was dead. So I have a problem with that. I have a problem with, Tabitha must have been born in 1978 when Victor and them was there. So that must be around the year she was born. That's what that would have to be. That would make her what, 46? 40
because the missing the missing website with the article about the Matthews family.
Yes.
It said that her and Jim are mid-30s.
Yeah, so that doesn't. Well, okay, so as long as Miranda dies,
37 years old.
Okay, so I'm fine with that, because as long as Miranda dies before Tabitha is born, I'm okay with it. That means that Tabitha was born in the 80s. Miranda died in the late 70s. Tabitha was born in the 80s. That fits reincarnation. A couple years later, she's reincarnated into another child. That's fine with me. I'm okay with that. Because of your theory, I'm actually okay with the whole reincarnation bit. Your theory is a bunch of reincarnation. That's why I'm puzzled on why you have a problem with it.
Because it's messy as hell. It doesn't really work within the context of the show as we've seen it so far, from what I can see.
All right, so break that down right there. Don't give me another point. Tell me why it doesn't match with the context.
How many husbands / lovers does Tabitha have?
Yeah, that's crazy.
4.
Yeah, that's 4. Crazy.
Jade, Christopher, Henry, Jim. What is this like?
Yeah, what is this? And did we watch a whole season and a half to watch Boyd to bring back the monster that Boyd already killed? Is that what we waited for? For a dude to be popping out of a piece of plastic, butt ass naked with fake blood on him? That's crazy to me, yo. That's why, even though it definitely spoke to the symbolism that I have been pointing out for the entire time my YouTube channel has been here, it speaks to the symbolism that I was pointing out. Yo, she laid an egg, she bit the head off the rotten eggplant, all of that shit. Okay, talked about all of the egg points that I brought up. Even the Vesica Pisces that Jade talks about with the Venn diagram. Even a Venn diagram is pretty much a Vesica Pisces. You see what I'm saying? Like, I get that, and I like that, and I am honored that my symbolism theories actually came to play. I'm honored about that, but I just don't like the problems with it. Because then you have to have whack ass shit like the hijack theory. Oh, well, she was pregnant, but her pregnancy was hijacked, which doesn't even fucking make sense because the girl couldn't get pregnant. So you got to explain why she got pregnant in the first place. So you mean to tell me that she got pregnant, this place made her get pregnant and then hijacked the pregnancy? That's whack because the dude wasn't even dead yet. So, and then for her, I just don't think that a big revelation like the what the slow walkers are and them sacrificing their kids should have, that information should not have come to us the way it did. I think it should have been a better way to give us that information. Just to have a random character that's not seeing the kids, that's not having anything to do with Jade or Tabitha. They don't have any scenes together, and all of a sudden she unlocks their whole mystery. It doesn't make sense.
I'm telling you, man, this, like, I mean, and also like episode 9, so little happened. People walking around having conversations. That didn't, you know, you have the torture stuff. Does that happen at the end of episode 9? What happens at the end of episode 9? What's the climax of 9?
Yo, the torture shit was like in the middle of the episode. Yo, this is one thing you have to admit, bro. The pacing of this episode was fire.
Which one?
The finale. The pacing of the finale was...
the finale had a, you know, it was filmed well, you know, the music was beautiful, you know.
Yes, it was.
When you see the scene, it's like if you were gonna film, if Fatima was really gonna give birth to an egg and it was gonna turn into Smiley, you know, and he was gonna have a red skin cape, you know, it sounds cheesy on the page, but they filmed it like amazing, you know.
Yeah, they really did a good job with the filming. The
timing, the editing.
There was such a grand expansion on the score music. The
acting,
score music was the acting, everything.
The acting was great. Like, I don't want to shit on, like, I'm purely criticizing John Griffin at the moment, I guess. Everything else was amazing. Everything.
Yo, by the way, speaking of John Griffin, Luna Cascade drops the super chat and she says both of you were smarter than the writers. Why, thank you. I'm not going to say I'm smarter than the writers. Sometimes when you're making a production, you don't notice the mistakes. And you have to realize that the creators of this show have not been an open book with even the cast. So there's no one to critique and say, hey, I think this is a mistake here. Maybe we should reveal this different. No, the script is written. Like it's top secret until it's out to the actors. Then the actors don't even really know what goes on until it's done filming.
It was really low budget as well. Like,
no,
seriously, think about it. They improvised that torture scene. It was filmed in one day.
You talking about the torture scene? But no, this whole season was higher budget than both seasons.
I'm just talking about the climax, the finale.
And the egg thing, the CGI with the egg thing was fire. The only thing, him popping out of the plastic bag with blood, butt ass naked with blood on him, was crazy. Here's another thing I thought about. Why did he pop out of the egg human looking? Why didn't he come back out in his monster form?
Well, did you know that the actor who plays Smiley, Jamie, he said that they had other younger versions of Smiley actors.
Oh shit.
And I guess they ended up not using them.
Oh shit. Hey yo, Blue Guns and Roses drops a super chat. She says the name Fatima was a huge clue. She would be pregnant like Virgin Mary. Hope you do call-ins. I have so much to say. Thank you for your generosity, Blue Guns and Roses. And I will drop a link for people to come up and stuff. I'm not going to open like phone lines or anything like that this evening. I've done that before, but it's harder to see who you're talking to. You know, it's easier when you could put your name in there and tell me who you are and stuff like that. You don't have to come up on cam. We're not up on cam. No pressure to do any of that. But just hit the link when I put it down there, and we can come up and build for sure. But yes, that right there. What do you think about that? The whole Fatima's name was a huge clue that she would be pregnant, like Virgin Mary.
Yeah. I mean, I know that Pegah Ghaffori argued with John Griffin about the pronunciation of her name. And I've had this discussion with an Iranian person on Reddit. So in Iran, the name Fatima is not common. There is another name which is similar, and they probably share the same roots, but it's more like a Fatimeh. It's not Fatima. It's like Fatimiyah or something like that. It's pronounced differently and spelled differently. But John Griffin, I think, had to keep it as Fatima because it's a clue on the show and it has multiple meanings. And I think one of them is this connection to the Virgin Mary. I also think it connects to the dancing Fatima in the Birdcage Theatre and other things as well. So as a compromise, he allowed her to pick the name Rostami, and they added that midway through season 2, I think it was. So I do think that Fatima is a clue, and I agree with you, Glue Guns and Roses, on that. Yeah.
Okay. Debbie Bobebby has a good question. So does anyone else think Smiles Davis was reborn twice because he had 2 teeth in his pocket? I do. Remember the autopsy? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't know why. I know that teeth are a clue on the show, and Heimdall's golden tooth may be part of the witch's ladder. But I don't have much more than that on specifics to the show. Clearly, the minutiae of the show, I'm very bad at guessing. It's like I can guess at the wider thematic things, but if this is a real ending, I will not be making so many specific predictions about like events that will happen on the screen outside of the ones that have like direct historical clues. Contextual guesses, I think, are much harder for me because I just totally disagree how John Griffin went about this ending. Whether as it relates to my theory or not, my criticism isn't that like what I predicted would happen didn't happen. It's more like what did happen was disappointing in its execution, in my opinion. It's just
Glue Guns and Roses also says Smiley lost a tooth, Fatima lost a tooth. Smiley had a tooth, Fatima lost a tooth. I'll rephrase that for you. But yeah, Smiley had a tooth in his pocket.
That is an interesting thing.
And there's a connection right there all the way back from season 2. Also, Fatima's that was present when Smiles Davis was killed. That was crazy. The Man in Black just drops a super chat. Thank you for your generosity, brother. He says the movie blog had an interview with Ricky. He said the inspiration for the Man in Yellow was due to a homeless man John Griffin saw in LA. Years later, saw the same man. He was dirty and going through it. That's crazy.
Yes, and what's also very interesting is that Ricky he said that John Griffin described him as an angel, who was acting as if he was an angel who had fallen to earth. And guess what? I believe, in my theory, that the Man in Yellow was originally Sariel, the fallen angel of the sun. Sorry, Shamsiel, the fallen angel of the sun. So I thought that was very cool that he said that, because it makes my theory about what being he originally was more likely.
Yeah, he did kind of give like the fallen angel vibes, like from the movie Constantine, where they had like the black eyes and the claws, the sharp fingernail. Yeah, he does kind of give that vibe.
Angels. He talks about angels a lot. He talks about how angels look scary and they always have to say, "Be not afraid," because they're actually really scary. He talks about Bible study. Like, we're seeing a lot of angel references now. Remember, there's angel drawings in the room, in Ellis's room as well. So it's all starting to pile up, the fallen angel references.
I thought that he only had Debbie Everybo Bevy says he had 2 teeth in his pocket. I thought he only had one.
I only saw one.
I thought he only had one. I didn't see 2 teeth. I saw, as a matter of fact, there's a shot with his hand and the tooth is sitting by his hand. I thought it was only one tooth. But Fatima loses a tooth, and Fatima loses a tooth, and Smiles Davis had a tooth. That is a crazy connection. I wonder if that was the little sneaky clue right there. Yeah. And you know what? I do remember people mentioning about when Fatima loses the tooth in the trailer. I do remember people bringing up the fact that Smiles Davis had a tooth. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, I think that this season was fire. I think it was shot better, and I get it. I have problems with certain things, but these things aren't end of the world type shit. You know what I'm saying?
It's true. This is my first reaction to it, but I have to look at the season as a whole as well. And we'll see about this. I'm for future theorizing after this live with you, Real. I will be assuming that the ending that we saw is the real ending. So this is probably the last I'll talk about an alternate ending potentially showing up next year. And all my theorizing will take it as a given that what was seen is real. So I'm a bit down on the finale now because I'm just giving you guys my first impressions. But as I theorize and I adapt my theory, I'm sure I'll feel differently.
Yeah. Okay, so I gave the overall score a 85. I gave it a B. You know what I'm saying? I gave it an 85. This is the overall score for season 3. And it's not because I didn't like certain things. That's not why. It's not because of things that I didn't like. It's because of things that, for instance, they brought up Boyd talking about capturing a monster and they just totally abandoned that whole concept. It just didn't go anywhere. So many things just didn't go anywhere. It's like Kenny was fired up about his mom getting killed like that, and then he just fizzled right on out. Couple trips to the cabin, he's back trying to be regular Kenny again. I wasn't fucking with that. I just thought they opened so many doors where they could have ran in there and caused havoc, but they went in there and just sat down in the corner. And those were things and the reason why the score was affected is because of the slow episodes 6, 7, and 8. 6, 7, and 8 caught 5s from me.
Real, how do you feel?
Everything else was a 10.
Real, my question to you is, how do you feel about the fact that pretty much the entire main cast, outside of Tabitha, Jade, Jim, Julie, and Ethan, basically the Matthews family, were all complicit in torturing a young man, barely out of his teens, with rusty tools?
Oh, okay. So what are you saying? What did I think about that?
Yeah, I mean, from a writer's perspective, you're a writer as well. Do you think that encourages people to care about those characters moving forward and want them to succeed and feel sorry for them?
I definitely, it poses some changes, but one thing that I'm noticing it's doing is it's causing it's causing a good debate about morality between us. We've talked about these things, even the fact that they've already started that bullshit back in season 1. I mean, they had Sarah trying to kill a little kid. You know what I'm saying?
These, those times these people had their
And
minds.
people still love Sarah, even though she did that.
Yes,
You know what
but
I'm saying?
these guys were manipulated in that there was a voice in their head that had made them believe.
Right. So they give you like this reason why you can give this person a pass. Like there's a reason why.
Yeah, but I feel like the decision that Boyd makes and everyone else is complicit in, whether he says this is all on me or not, that's not how it works. Okay, like if someone, if you all go to a robbery together, right, and then one of you is like, this is all on me, and shoots someone and kills them, you all go to jail for the
Yeah.
same. You're all
And the
complicit.
people are gonna look at it like that too. That this you could say that this is all on you, but Donna was no hesitation when Boyd asked where the tools are. There was no hesitation from Donna at all. Oh, they're in the shed.
Yeah, I mean,
You know
look,
what I'm
it's
saying? Like,
a terrible look for the like, it's terrible. It makes us hate. Well, it didn't endear any of those characters to me at all.
I don't
I,
even like how they made Elgin do that. That shit was just so fucked up and creepy to me when watching him drag her in that room. Fuck,
yeah,
that was crazy. I was like, what the fuck? Y'all just want to say thank you for your generosity. Ari Outlaw for the super chat. And she says, have you or Taryn watched Chapel Wait on MGM? The similarities are uncanny and kind of funny. Wondering if they stole their ideas from that show. Well, those shows actually started on the same network. And I didn't watch it, but I did hear people talking about how the worms under under Boyd's skin look like what you seen on Chapelway. And I did actually go check out the first episode, and I definitely have to revisit that. I want to revisit that. I definitely saw some esoteric stuff in there that I was digging. I fucked with it. So I want to revisit that, but then From just took over for me. And so that's why I end up not finishing that one. But what did you see Chapelway, Taryn?
I think when I tried to watch Chapelway, I was going through like a really tough time, and I didn't want to watch anything too dark at the time. So I watched a few episodes, then stopped, not because I wasn't enjoying it, but because I needed to see lighter, more happier things. And I guess I stopped watching it, and then I think I heard it was cancelled. And I can't bring myself to watch shows that don't have an ending. It's too frustrating for me. So knowing that it wasn't going to continue, I never picked it back up again. But I remember what I did watch of it, I really enjoyed, and it was really up my street. And I remember thinking the acting in it, particularly, was really good. And the directing as well was pretty amazing. And I gotta say, I really like MGM's. I don't even know their taste. I guess, is that the right word?
Yeah, yeah.
I like their taste. I think they're ambitious, and I don't know.
This is the studio that brought us the Wizard of Oz, man. Like,
yeah, man. People forget the pedigree that MGM has. The history. I'm glad to see
MGM is definitely like a baby Warner Brothers. Like, you feel me?
Yeah, and Amazon picked them up, and they let them keep their brand, which I think is, considering the size of Amazon and the way they work, you got to, and I studied Amazon for Penguin. They hired me to do some analysis of the book market, and I found I just think I gotta respect the Amazon execs for allowing MGM to keep their brand, and sort of merging it with Amazon's. I'm not sure how it's working at the moment in America because I don't live out there. But I would love to see MGM's star rise again, however that might happen.
Yes, indeed. I agree with you. Hater Headquarters drops the super chat. Thank you for your generosity and says, I am begging people to consider that Fromville is the abyss. The man in yellow is Abaddon? Is that Abaddon?
Yeah, and
Abaddon?
it's funny, in my contender
Mhm.
series, which is similar to from the big bad is called Abaddon. It's like
Oh wow.
it's like one of the worst demons.
Okay, Abaddon.
Yeah.
He leads the army of locusts and leads the souls to the land of decision. These are damned people who must choose. Ah, so he's begging us to consider that. Thank you very much, Hater Headquarters. Appreciate that. I'm definitely going to consider that for you. No problem. I don't mind considering that. I mean, the man is Abaddon. The man in yellow is Abaddon. Okay, that could be. Break. I mean, you have is Abaddon something that you added to your theory from another lore, or I mean, added to your book from another lore? What's going on with that?
Yeah, I can't remember actually what made me call him Abaddon.
Hmm.
But I do, people have started referencing literature, the man in the Yellow King and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure there's a yellow monster in Lovecraftian stuff, isn't there, real? Let's see, Lovecraft, Yellow Man, Lovecraft. The
Yes,
King in
the
the
king in
King.
yellow. Yeah.
So isn't that cool that we just went to go and do a documentary on H.P. Lovecraft, and now there's a man in yellow who's a bad guy, and
Who
H.P.
is?
Lovecraft has the king in yellow.
Yes.
So, hopefully, when you're making, because guys, remember, the reason why all the donations go to Real is because he has to do all the editing and a lot of the filming. So Real's doing this. So he's editing it. So maybe Real, you could add in some stuff about the man in yellow and how he
I will.
connects.
I'm already on it. I'm already on it. I'm definitely going to reference the man in yellow. PM has been talking about that. I understand that Jeremy said something about that as well. Um, so I I co-sign on it. I like it. I really do like it. Actually, I've been digging. PM sent me this video about the city of Carcosa, and now I want to go through all of those stories and check those out. I'm gonna go through all of them and check them. The overall thing is pretty much like knowledge comes at a cost.
I mean, man, isn't it fun that you get to, that you get to read Lovecraft's work with all that historical context that we experienced traveling out to Providence and seeing it play out on our favorite show? That's
Yes,
pretty cool.
yes, that is cool. That's dope, and that also just makes me say like the Newfoundland trip, the Newfoundland trip. I haven't done this in a while, but we are going to Newfoundland in July, Taryn and I. And for my portion of the trip and to do the editing and stuff, I'm going on the trip anyway. But if you want to see this documentary and you believe in this documentary, I do have a PayPal link in my description of the channel. I also have an Cash App link as well. And all your super chats, I believe it's 55% is what YouTube releases to me. Like, so if you send $10 in, then I get 550 of it, and that goes towards the Newfoundland documentary as well. So if you want to donate to that, and if you've bought some memberships, drop the super chat. Know that that is what this is going towards. We've already raised over $1,500, guys. Like, definitely the goal was 3,000, so we're like halfway there. You know what I'm saying? So it's definitely going down. We're going in July. We just came back from Providence like literally a month ago, and we had a great time out there. We did some Lovecraftian fact finding. We went to the grave site. We went to a bunch of houses that he frequented, lived at. We went to the observatory where he was a self-taught astronomer, and he did his studies there. He would ride his bike there. Taryn did some great orating in front of these buildings, and he also interviewed me in our own like colony house style home that we had where we stayed at. And so yeah, it's going to be a great documentary. I will start editing at the end of December or the beginning of January. I definitely want to keep up with the YouTube channel and
Do you
continue to
think?
do videos on shows.
Do you think?
So
Do you think Demo's gonna be able to send a video of his because he lives in Providence, right? And we wanted a local's perspective. Do you think he'd be still willing to get in on the documentary?
I'm going back.
Oh, sweet. Well, yeah, you got to get that then. You
Yeah, I'm
definitely.
going back to Providence so that I can get that footage of the Athenium. Like if I don't do anything else, even if I don't get interviews with people or I don't care. I'm going to get the footage of the Athenium because you were standing outside the Athenium. It was closed on a Monday, which was just threw us both off. Like a
Um,
library closed on Monday was crazy.
yeah, we were so
So
gutted. We were so gutted because
yeah,
that was the whole that was the main event actually for me was the Providence Athenium. That
yeah,
was the
because how great it looks inside.
oh man, we were gonna film some cool stuff.
You can like Google pictures of this place. This place is crazy.
Can
But
you
we
throw
were
one up?
there.
You can throw one up.
What did you say?
Do you think you could get one on the screen for everyone?
Yeah, I could find one for sure. I
I'll
can
be
get
right
one.
back, by the way.
Okay.
Just gonna get some water.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So, yes, indeed. Hater headquarters, thank you for your generosity on the super chat. And we definitely like the Abaddon. We also like the Lovecraftian vibes that we're getting. That's what actually sent us there was the Cthulhu monster that we thought were the cave drawings, right? And so it turned out to be Smiles Davis. However, we got something still Lovecraftian in there, which is the King in Yellow or the Man in Yellow, the vibes there. The city of Carcosa from definitely gives you those kind of vibes with the, like when Boyd and Sarah were walking through the forest, a lot of those trees were dead and pushed down and stuff like that. Let's see what some of the people are saying in the chat. Yes, there's the PayPal link. There's the Cash App link. If you want to donate to that trip, you can do so in those two ways, or you can 100% of your donation goes towards the documentary in those ways, and what is it? 55% of your donations that you super chat go to the documentary. So that's going to be fire. I really don't, hype it up like that like I used to. Oh, Debbie Ebby Bo Bebby says she just posted the 2T screenshot. She said it's teeth, not a tooth. She said it's teeth, no tooth. And here it is. Hold on, let me go ahead and share this over here. Yeah, she's right. Uh-oh. You know what? I'm going to screenshot this and add it to the folder and just go ahead and put it in there real quick. Hold on. Yeah, she's right. There are two teeth. So is this connected to Fatima? I mean, if this is connected to Fatima, then why was there two teeth? Who knows? I don't know. Boyd told him, my blood is your blood now, motherfucker. And he said, hold my beer, granddaddy. And he came back and said, I'm your grandson. Does that make who? So is Ellis a daddy or a stepdaddy? What the fuck's going on?
I mean, it's just a bit messy, man. It's just a little messy. It's a little messy, this ending. Feels a little improvised. Feels a little like something the actors might put together.
Yeah, it's a fly in the soup.
The whole thing is just a little, she gets pregnant before Smiley gets killed. And then they're jumping to spring, and Ethan doesn't get a time jump. He doesn't disappear in time to come back older. In the next season, it's just we really didn't learn. We didn't learn that much, really. We had a few lines, we're reincarnated. We used to be lovers. Little girls, ours was once ours. The people sacrifice their kids to live forever. That's all we got. No flashback to what happened to Miranda, like, showing us the whole night. Why Victor ended up so dirty. Who the guy was in the room. It just feels like the pace of the show is so slow. And then you're thinking this double bill at the end is just going to be super big and fast and packed with flashbacks and content and revelations and new monsters, right? And instead, we just get these lines spoken by some of the actors explaining things, that just arrived in their heads. You don't know from where. It just, yeah, it's messy. It just feels messy. I have no idea what season 4 is going to look like. And all the actors were like, now we know exactly what. Oh yeah, there are two teeth. Look at that.
Yeah,
well done.
2 teethuses.
You can see it back there. There's a second one hidden in the shadows. Very good.
Yeah, there were 2 teeth. I didn't catch that. Well, Debbie Ebby Bo Bebby got that magnifying glass out. I mean, that's all that is. I mean, boy, look at them doodle pickers right there. That man's fingernails is serious. Glue Guns and Roses, you said you was at the nail salon. You need to come get this dude right here and take him. Because, man, it looked like he been picking in a hog's ass with them nails right there. Them motherfuckers look like dried dates.
Yes. Here's another thing. Jack Bender said in an interview, he said that the monsters, he was like, what would the monsters want to look like? As if they're creating an illusion, right? Creating an illusion. So why would they, if they were the townsfolk and they sacrificed their children, why would they be creating an illusion to look like themselves?
Right.
So that confuses me.
Right. It's a lot. It's a lot with that.
And the town is from the 1970s, or it's not all from the 50s. The town, it seems to me that it's pretty new in 1978 when we see it. So it's very,
That's a good answer, Debbie. Debbie says they're playing dress up.
Sure, but as themselves. That's the problem I have with this explanation. Again, I'm just like, is this an old ending here?
Well, if this happened a long time ago, right?
So they're not the townspeople are like from Babylonian times.
So we have evidence of like Civil War people. So this shit had to at least predate the Civil War. Then we seen a guy that looks like a Puritan or somebody from the Boston Tea Party or some shit, and he's drinking out of a skull. So it has to at least predate his time. So I'm still on board with all the way back to the first settlers. So, these children, the children that we see, so those 7 children imply that these were 7 white couples that did this, that sacrificed their children. If we're talking Civil War soldiers, then why the hell are the monsters dressed up from the 60s?
Yeah, it's so
we're
if
talking 1800s.
Yeah, it has to be early, right? It has to be early. So settlers in the 1500s sacrificed their children to some indigenous god is basically what this finale is suggesting to us, right? That's what it's suggesting.
Okay. So I definitely think that. So the settlers is totally not out of the play, because it seems like Jade's visions are going further back. He has the Civil War soldier.
Yeah.
Then the other vision that he has with the guy by the rocks, seems like that's further back. So maybe we'll get more visions going further back in time. I think that the visions that Jade is getting in reference to different time periods, like the Civil War and then the 1609 time periods, I think that those are clues to how far the origin story goes back. And I think that we'll get more of those, because we didn't get any explanation on that at all. And Jay just tells somebody about his vision each time. Last time he told Tabitha. This time he told Christy and Kenny when they was in the cabin. So we're not getting like any deep dives into that shit, right? They're not telling us anything about any details about that. So I think we'll get more visions, and this is a prediction. I think we'll get more visions, and the next vision is gonna go further into time. That's just my prediction. You know what I mean? But it still doesn't answer the question of why the monsters choose the aesthetic that they choose.
Yeah, there's no explanation. But I can't date the town perfectly. Medina seems to be, after 1950s.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know, to be honest. I don't know why. And there's a black monster as well, right?
Yeah, there was at Colony House.
So that doesn't tell us much either, really.
Okay, so a lot of people are saying that the people sacrificed their children and the rest of the town got turned into slow walkers too. So that girl could have been like somebody's housemaid or some shit like that just got caught up in the bullshit.
I mean, yeah, the teenage monsters.
And the teenage monsters, that shit don't make no sense to me.
They don't have kids.
I mean, they could have kids. They could have kids.
They wouldn't be like 6 or 7 like these kids are.
Exactly. That's the thing that I was gonna say. They could have kids, but it wouldn't be none of them kids that's on them slabs. And the crazy thing is that we didn't see the teenage boy for a long time. The last time we saw him is when he snatched Brian and Kelly up out of there. And then they brought him back for the finale. He was standing down there in the tunnels. The numbers don't match up. And what Fatima says, she said, those things that come out at night sacrifice their children. And it just doesn't add up for me, man. Like, it's a big problem with it. And I'm not saying that because my theory about what the slow walkers are was wrong, but my theory about that shit was like made more sense than what we got, to be honest. I'm not just trying to say that because it was my theory. My theory is that the kids become slow walkers. I mean, they were in those cages down there in the tunnels. That's where Tabitha first seen them. They were in the cages down there. The kids have claws just like Smiles Davis's. I ain't even gonna call these claws no more. From here on out, these motherfuckers is called doodle pickers. Look at them shits. That's what the kids got too. The kids have this too. Their fingernails look like that too. The slow walkers have all them veins and shit on their bodies, and the kids have that too. The slow walkers, with the exception of Smiles Davis, are all bald. Okay, even when they're in their monster form, they're all bald. I don't know about Smiles Davis. He stays in his hair stays. I wonder what that is. I wonder what that means. That means something. The red hair, him having the red hair. So, they're going bald. The slow walkers are bald. The children are going bald. They have the same kind of veins. They're on slabs under a hole with the roots. It just made sense that a spider come down and bite them. They showed us what the spider bites look like, and Christy shows Boyd shows Christy his spider bites, and it looks just like the shit that the kids have on them. Like all them, they got like a bunch of bite marks on them. I even did some research with a friend of mine about the spider bites, and she pulled up some information about how it changes their veins, and that could be like a symptom from certain spider bites where you'll see like veins around the area where it's bitten. Like, I don't know, it just kind of made more sense. I hope they do like flip that or something, because everything lies here. Everything lies here. And so do we pick and choose what tells the truth and what doesn't tell the truth? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it gives you no certainty about anything you learn, especially when it just arrives in someone's head. Like you can give Tabitha remembering a bit more credibility, because that's hard to fake, you know. But the way
Yeah.
Fatima is like, I saw it, it's like, what did you see? Yeah, here's the other thing, right? Okay, so Tabitha remembers that they sang lullabies to the kids, and and the she and that she's reincarnated basically, and that Miranda was her as well, and she and Jade had a child all these years ago, whatever. Like, what else is she going to remember? Like, that's some very specific information. Surely that can't be all she remembers, right? Like, surely
Mhm.
there must be context around it. So, how much of the next season is going to be Tabitha remembers stuff?
And the song doesn't really make sense of her remembering, right? The song doesn't really make sense because she touched Victor twice and got two like visions or premonitions or something anyway. So the song, just them playing the song and the kids coming out, and the little kid comes over there and says "and cooey," a word that they've been saying to the woman for 2 seasons. You know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden she remembers, yo, they've already been saying "and cooey" to her. And then it just makes no sense when Julie heard the children being tortured and they were screaming "and cooey." So why would they be screaming "remember" at the point of them being tortured? What's going on here? I just I don't understand that. I don't get that part.
Yeah, it's messy. It's just messy. The whole thing is so messy. So what is Tabitha's relationship with Henry going to be like now?
Awkward as hell.
What's Tabitha's relationship with Jade going to be like now?
Even more awkward. But the thing about it is they actually have chemistry. There's a lot of chemistry there. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's a lot of chemistry between. I called them Jabitha last season because of the chemistry that they had. I called the whole Jade and Tabitha thing last year, y'all. I called them Jabitha. I said, yo, they act like they about to jump each other's bones at some point. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, my theory, which, if there is an alternate ending, then I would still believe it, is that Jade is in fact Thomas.
That would be crazy as hell. And then that would we're talking House of the Dragon.
Yeah.
Now we're talking Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon.
Obviously, this for this to be true, the reincarnation thing.
Daenerys and Jon Snow, goddamn.
Yeah. Well, you use the word mother effer on the show an awful lot.
Yeah, well, I broke that down on why they use that word too. That goes back to slavery. Glue Guns and Roses drops the super chat. Thank you for your generosity. It's much appreciated. The stones were like stones in the Old Testament. Fatima had pregnancy possession issues all season. Yes. Her personality was changed. Not crazy. She saw memories too. Songs, smells can bring and invoke memories like pictures. Yo, that's true. Now, I wish they would, in Glue Guns and Roses, don't get me wrong. I love that sentiment because I actually wish that that's how they would have done it. I wish that during this whole entire season, and you said she had those issues all season, we didn't really see any of that. It was just the same shit. She was just crying on different people's shoulder about how she was going to tell Ellis about what she was going through because he was actually happy and she was scared. And it was like, that is lame. That was corny. That made people feel non-invested into her story. people were tired of it. I was hearing that the whole season. I'm tired of Fatima and her pregnancy. I wish it was just over. Like I feel that I would have liked it if they would have brought some of those smells, things that how Tabitha touched Victor on had his arm and got that premonition. I wish like a smell would have did things like that to Fatima. I wish that they would have shown us her loving the baby or something like that, but being scared about what it is, and and everyone doubting that she was pregnant. They should have did the sonogram as soon as they had the ambulance in there. They should have did that right there.
Apparently they filmed various versions of the scene with the baby.
Yes, I would have loved them to have him giving her images, giving her premonitions about what was going to happen in the future.
Something on the screen for us to look at. When Fatima says, "I saw it," those things they sacrifice their children. I want to see the monsters in their original clothing, leading the children up to the altar. One of them's holding a dagger.
Yeah, why? How they sacrifice them? What was the sacrificing method? What happened? Like, they didn't give us that. She says Jade is sheets. Henry doesn't need to know anything. Yo, check this out. Jim is gone. Jade and Tabitha are the only ones who have this information.
I mean, yeah, I think if they do keep this, then yeah, they're not going to tell anyone because it's so messy. The moment people start questioning it, it's a mess. Right?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Because we're questioning it already, and it's a mess. So imagine
how does her relationship change with Victor? I mean, that she's his mom.
Yeah, that's going to have to be a secret as well. The whole thing.
You know what I mean? That makes Victor and Ethan are brothers. Look at this shit, y'all. Victor and Ethan are brothers.
Soul brothers.
Soul brothers. Smiles Davis's boy's grandson. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck are we doing, y'all? How did this happen? I don't know. I still think it's good. I still think it's fire. It's a fire.
Real, join me on the dark side. Come join me on the dark side. Believe there's an alternate ending next year.
The ending is gone, brother. The ending is gone. Now you reminded me of Jim Carrey in 23. You know what I'm saying?
I think I'm gonna have to go. My voice is killing me, man. But
yes, you need to take care of yourself. My lady just brought me some hot cocoa, so I'm over here loving it right now.
I gotta go back to work tomorrow, and I mean, if I'm not contagious, still not sure. So I gotta save my voice for that. But I appreciate you letting me voice my concerns. I'll be a lot more positive about the show going forward. But this is the episode where I have to be honest about my feelings of the ending, because I do think it's messy. It's not that I didn't get some of the things I thought might happen wrong. I really don't mind that. It's actually just like what we got. I didn't love it. I just didn't love it. I think it was just messy and confusing, and we didn't see anything. We just got told information, and it was sort of shock value and felt very improvised. And I still think that there is an outside chance, I give it 10%, that there's an alt ending out there somewhere that we might, get flipped around on. I mean, some of the tweets that they've been sending out have been so sus. Oh, man. All right. Anyway, I'm going to go. Thank you, guys. Take it easy, okay?
Yes, indeed. Bye. Take care of yourself. Take care of that voice. You know what I'm saying? Shit, if you can take a couple more days off, get all the way back, come back 100% on them. You know what I mean? Get you some lemon and honey. Get you some ACV, apple cider vinegar, and put it in your bath water. Take a nice hot bath, expel them toxins up out of you. Give your immune system a good shot at kicking back in. Get yourself together and come back. We're going to talk this from shit some more, definitely. You know what I mean? I know everybody in the chat is saying get better, feel better. Good night, Taryn. It's great having you as always. It's good to have you back. I'm glad you had a hell of a time out there in Egypt. Sorry that you got sick though. That's fucked up. You know what I mean? But you know, that was nothing but a trade. In life we have trades. You gotta, you know, you traded a good trip for getting sick. Like, there you go.
Yeah, it was worth it.
Yeah.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you for sending me those videos of your trip and the things that you were doing. I loved it. You know what I mean? I know we haven't had a chance to talk. I'm just trying to pour all that stuff out right now. And yeah, get better, man. I want to talk to you later.
All right, man. Take it easy. Goodbye.
That was the great Taryn Matheru back on the Real Enigmas and Theories live stream. We had a great live just now. I just dropped the link in the chat if anybody wants to come up. If my man Percy's still out there, if PM's out there, Blue Guns and Roses is if you want to come up. Yes, indeed. That's a good brother right there for sure. You know? Yes, Theory Master Taryn. I love his theory, even though there was some things wrong and some things that definitely need to be tweaked and revamped. I think his theory is going to be a little bit captivating. It's kind of like, you know, when you play sports or you box or whatever, you kind of learn what the opponent's moves are. You know what I'm saying? You kind of learn that. And now that he knows how they're moving, I think his theory crafting will be affected by that, and he'll come back strong with a heavy theory for us. I think he's going to look at what we have and what we've seen out of these 30 episodes. Now we have 30 episodes, y'all. I think he's going to look at those 30 episodes again, because, you know, we're trapped in this town right along with the people, and we pretty much know just as much as they do at this point, if not a little bit more now that we haven't seen Boyd and Fatima and Ellis reunite with Tabitha and Jade. So we know more than the characters know. We're stuck in this town. He's got 30 episodes to look at now, y'all. He knows how they moving. He knows how they playing these games. And he has cited so many different esoteric gems within the show that have actually come to fruition. The tarot cards. And he was known for the tarot theory. That was Tarot Taryn right there, right? The tarot cards showed up. The pearl earrings showed up, okay? There were more things that he pointed out. The scales showed up. There was a scale. There was a treasure trunk, okay? When they went to the basement at Colony House, there was a treasure trunk down there that they were going through, and right behind Elgin was a scale, okay? So those two things are also in his theory. We also have the scale that was on top of the refrigerator at Henry's house. Do y'all feel me when I say I read this man's theory and I could just go right off the top of the head with these things? I don't think that we haven't even talked about these things. I haven't even shot these ideas at Taryn. I didn't have a chance to do it. He just left. But I noticed those things in his theory. They showed up. But as I told my brother, I said, look, you're going to point out these things because you're seeing them and you're following the clues and you're following the chains. But everything you show is going to show up. Everything you've seen is going to show up esoterically. It's never going to be different. The reason why is because they can't reveal the hidden meaning. We have to reveal the hidden meaning. Once you reveal the hidden meaning behind the show, the replay value goes down. Okay? And if you reveal the hidden meaning of the show within the show, what happens? Now it's not interactive anymore for years to come. You see what I'm saying? They have to make something that is interactive for the people. It's not going to be one of those kind of situations where you can just drop the whole answer and the whole everything down. They're going to leave things out in the open. Some of the things are going to be up in the air when it's all said and done at the very end of the series. At the end of this entire series, it's gonna be up in the air. And that's going to be like that so that we can float on high and continue to theorize and continue to watch this show and continue to go back and even look at Lost for years to come. That's what their objective is. And I'm not mad at that. That's fire as hell. We might not never find out what pulled the tent, you know, because I'm sure a lot of people had no clue that we were going to find out who threw the rope this season when we came in there. We thought that was going to be up in the air, but they gave that to us. You know, they did a lot of fan service. Everybody wanted to. I thought Martin threw the shit with his toenails. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what happened. How'd he throw the rope? You know, and they gave us that. But we got 30 episodes to go back, and now they just gave us a whole year to go crazy. You know what I'm saying? Joe Knowles said, hey, I just came in. Where in the show is this screenshot from? This is Smiles Davis' autopsy. You know what I'm saying? He got somebody's old ass uncle's wallet and 2 teeth on the pallet right there where his ass was at. He got the doodle pickers. These are not fingernails. These are called doodle pickers. Them shits look like roasted almonds. Get him the fuck out of here, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I wonder, somebody had a good idea to put that damn refrigerator out there by that peach truck. Cause them getting down and up off that damn peach truck, that was a motherfucker. Somebody put that refrigerator there that Jade was sitting on so that they could hop up in there. She says she loves almonds. Jessica O's here. What's going on? Yes. The doodle pickers. Yeah, we don't call them claws no more. These don't qualify as claws. Claws are kind of pretty. Claws are these shits is sharp, but they don't look sharp. You know what I'm saying? They be ripping people's skin off and everything with these shits. These right here is a little bit something different. And the black shit around the cuticles is killing us. Glue Guns and Roses was at the nail shop. Yo, show them a picture of this shit right here. I bet you they charge this motherfucker $500. They said, yeah, he can come on down here and bring $500 for each nail. Them things right there. I wouldn't even want the dust floating around in the room if you tried to file them shits. Like, what the fuck? Yo. Y'all know I gotta have a roasted session. Yo, I guess y'all didn't hear me. That link is in the chat. Come on up if y'all want to chat. Yeah. I just got picked up. I can type coherently now. Good. That's great. They got to be using a chainsaw to file them joints. Hell yeah. They need one of them band saws to slide his hand on through that motherfucker. Okay. Those teeth must have some significance. They are too obvious. Yeah, like back in season 2 when this happened, the teeth totally threw me off. I didn't see both teeth. I just saw one tooth. But he literally had, and yo, I want to point this out. These look like children teeth. Like the teeth, them is kind of little. Am I bugging? Or is those teeth kind of little? But baby teeth don't have the roots like that. So nah, those is adult grown teeth. Then. But they just look weird. They just look kind of little. I guess it's distance. You know, Fatima loses, Smiles Davis has teeth. Fatima loses teeth. She lost a tooth. He had teeth. I don't know. That maybe they was trying to tell us something way back then. She was also there. That's when we found out she was pregnant too. the day that they kill Smiles Davis is when. So they kill Smiles Davis. They bring they left him outside. So this was after they brought him back in, which was the following episode. You know what I'm saying? Remember back then, man, when we saw that happen, that was crazy. That whole episode was crazy. The camera angles and everything that they had inside of the Jeep when the Elgin was driving Ellis down to the clinic, that shit was fire. Everything was fire with that episode. The pacing of that episode was amazing. Boyd, I think that's the episode where Boyd fell back on his head and hit his head at the diner. Kenny walked into the clinic. He was still pissed off at Boyd. He wasn't really fucking with Boyd heavy. Kenny pulled out the pistol on Boyd that episode, told him to sit in the chair and do the blood transfusion. That was crazy. Fucking Smiles Davis gets killed. The monster stood there and didn't fuck with Boyd. Yo, our emotions was so high on that episode. Like, I don't really think I got that kind of feeling this episode at all. That episode was crazy. I needed when Boyd looked at when Boyd was in the shed in the barn with Miss Lou getting tortured, and he looked at the cowboy walker and said, "I'm gonna fucking kill you." I thought that we was gonna get that. I really thought, I was like, oh, he gonna kill him. Then when he said we gonna catch one of these motherfuckers, I thought it was gonna be him. I thought it was gonna be that slow walker right there. You know, I don't know. Like, can you catch a slow? How would you catch one of the motherfuckers? I know I figure out some ways to kill them shits. But now we know, like, if you kill 4 of them shits in one night, the next night 4 chicks gonna talk about they pregnant inside Frumlin. That's gonna be terrible. And yo, I'm telling you, if you end up pregnant in Frumville, you getting quarantined at the post office, and when you drop that egg, we stomping the shit out of that. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no kimono lady gonna stop shit. We fucking her up too. Her nails was crazy too. You know what I'm saying? I wonder what the whole connection was between all of them. You know, you know what I mean? Suffer the birth of them again. Oh yeah, that's true. No point in killing. So what the fuck do you do if they just gonna bring them back like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't know. Like, they made us wait from season 2, episode 6, all the way to season 3, episode 10 to get Smiles Davis back, butt ass naked with fake blood on it. That is wild, y'all. Y'all don't. I mean, somebody said to me, "No, I thought that was cool," and I was like, when I put it like that, he was like, "Well, now that you put it like that, that is kind of crazy. Like, we waited all this long just to get the motherfucker back that Boyd already killed. Like, come on, yo. Yeah, you can. And the cowboy dude, like, I don't know. Little Dirty X is in the building, said, bro got them butt scratcher 5,000. Hell yeah. Them is definitely ass scratchers right here. But you don't know whose ass he been scratching. This right here, this looked like he been scratching Satan's ass. This looked like Satan's toenails in this motherfucker. What the fuck is this? Man, this dude's nails do that. Yo, and it looks like tree bark. That's crazy. I remember one day I was in the Kroger. Nah, I ain't gonna say that. Yo, I'm not gonna say that in here. Y'all a bad influence on me. I like to roast this shit and stuff like that. Y'all, I was done roasting and everything. Here, little Dirty X come back in here, and here he come with the bullshit. I said that. Since I said that, I said this shit look like almonds. I ain't gonna say what I was about to say though. Y'all gonna have me in here tripping. Man. I was, I'll give you the lightweight version, man. I was in that motherfucker. I'm standing in the line. This lady was standing in front of me. You know what I'm saying? And I looked down at her foot, and her pinky toe was, son, her pinky toe was pointing straight up at the ceiling, yo. I was like, what the fuck? And it had a long ass nail on that motherfucker. Long pink. I ain't never seen nobody with a pinky toe nail that long. You know what I mean? And that motherfucker was pointing straight up at the ceiling. She had some flip flops on. You know what I'm saying? It looked like she stuffed that motherfucker and it just stayed like that. You know what I'm saying? Who is this? Somebody just got Debbie Bo Baby said coke toe. Yo, they shot me in my pinky toe on some Harlem Nights shit. We got Megan in the building. How you doing, Megan? You in here?
Work this.
Yo,
I don't know how to work this. Can y'all hear me, yay or nay?
You're good. You're good. We hear you loud and clear. What's going on?
Oh my God, I sound like a grandma. Let me turn down my TV. Hold on. But I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? You can't hear me?
I guess I can hear you on my TV. Is that how I'm supposed to do it?
Nah, we should actually be able to talk in real time.
Okay, hold on. I've never used Streamlabs. I'm on my phone with it. So what do I?
Oh, she's gone. Yo, so when you go out, come back in, just check your settings on your microphone and your speaker, where it's coming from, I guess. I don't know how you do it on the phone. I know that's how you do it on your computer. You might want to check that out. Yeah, that joint was definitely pointing at me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, those guys with long ass nails scratch the inside of their ear. Yo, but this tore me up, Debbie. Coke toe, that is crazy. And it shot me in my pinky toe. Yeah. Oh my goodness. That's one of my favorite movies, y'all, Harlem Nights. It's so much about From that I wanted to talk about. The reason why they got the score like that is because of the slow episodes. That was it, for real. Everything else is good. I know I've said some things about the show on a certain level of what the spoilers leak being true and everything. And all that's cool with me, actually. I don't really have much of a problem with those things in that aspect of the show as much as I did, right? I think it's a net positive. But the slow episodes, like 6, 7, and 8, that wasn't cool. Megan, you might want to drop off and come back on again, because now make sure you unmute the mic when you come into the room. That's what'll do it for you. Hopefully you can hear me. Well, yeah, if you're listening on the TV, go ahead and drop out and then come back in. When you come in, unmute the mic, and both aspects should work. The mic and the speaker should work after you do that. Okay, you're back. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me?
See, I can hear you. I'm messing with my settings on because I'm just on my phone. I don't want to go upstairs and grab the computer and get all that set up. Let me see real fast. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No,
just keep
no
on doing
problem.
what you're doing. Let me try to figure out how to so I can hear you on here, and because I'm sure you can hear me talking in the background on the TV while I'm talking to you here.
Well, go ahead and tell me what your thoughts are. Tell me what your comments or questions are, and then I can start answering you.
Okay, so actually, I took a few notes before I called in, so I wouldn't forget. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm turning the mic on, so I'm not. Okay. Echoing.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll mute you. Just mute your mic, and then when you can hear me coming through, then
Thank you.
you figured it out. You'll still be able
Okay.
to hear me on the stage. Or that's a good idea. Maybe turn the TV down a little bit and keep going the way you're going. That'd be fine too. So yeah, that's cool. So when she comes back, she can drop some of her thoughts from the notes that she took. Anybody else wants to come up, I'll drop the link in the chat again. I'm sitting here twisting up right now. We chilling, we rocking out. It's Saturday Night Live. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow, Tony and I will be going live together. We're gonna talk from y'all gonna pretty much, me and Tony have talked about the finale though. We done chopped it up. So we chopped it up and talked about it. We're going to do a live tomorrow where we share that discussion with y'all and what we were talking about. Beware. We were really cooking in this conversation, and I'm pretty sure both of our points haven't changed. We were really cooking in this conversation that Tony and I had. Somebody else is here. Alice is here. How you doing, Alice?
Good. How are you?
All is well. All is well. So what's your thoughts on the live stream this evening? What you thinking about? Oh, that was Glue Guns and Roses.
Okay, I'm here. I don't know if you can hear me though.
Yes, I can hear you.
And I can hear you. Oh, thank God. I feel like a grandma sometimes on like doing
Don't worry
anything
about
new.
it. I didn't even know that was you, Glue Guns and Roses.
I'm sorry. Okay. Can everyone else hear me fine? Am I speaking clearly? Am I cutting in and out? Yay or nay?
Yes. We just got Alice up here. Alice, you still there too?
I see her up on the TV. Her name anyway.
We have room for 10 people, y'all. So if y'all want to come up and rock for a little something, I'm gonna stay on for another half hour or so, and then get off of here. I don't want the live to be too long because I want people to rewatch it and shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Glue Guns and Roses, rock out. Let me know what you think. And, Alice, are you still there? Let me know. Check in with me real quick. Let me know you still there.
I'm here. I was just having an echo, so I had to mute myself.
Okay, you good. Is it everything good now? Your sound working?
Yeah, it's much better.
Okay. So what are your thoughts, Glue Guns and Roses? Let's run through your notes real quick.
Well, why don't you let Alice go first? She came in here. What were we talking about, Alice? What did you want to talk about, ma'am?
Absolutely.
I was just going to follow the conversation. I'm waiting on you guys to start, actually.
Okay, good, because I got a lot to say. All right.
Okay.
So first of all, I wish Taryn was still in here because it breaks my heart. He hated. I could tell. I could hear it in every word that he complained. He hated that finale with all of his life, and I hate that for him because I know he's been so invested in the show. But I wanted to gently and politely give a friendly pushback to kind of say, I mean, they did set up a lot. It like. Where he was looking in the right corner and they were setting up in the left corner. So I think hopefully with time that if he gets away from the finale a little bit, rewatches it, wounds heal over, I think he will enjoy the series even more so after seeing the finale and going back and watching season 1 and season 2. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
That's what I just said. When I don't know if you heard me, I think you were probably trying to come on when I said, no, I think you heard me. You probably heard me. I said we got 30 episodes now. And I think that Taryn is going to go back into them episodes and re-see it and see it from a different point of view. It doesn't, I think most of it comes from it not matching with his theory, right? But then at the same time, I think that there are some errors. There are some writing errors that they had here, in my opinion. But
yeah, maybe
they weren't that bad. They weren't that bad. Like I said, the only thing that dropped the scores for the show, like I give it, you know, you got 10 episodes, so you got 10 tens is 100, right? So I gave it an 85. So I gave it an 85. It's not a C. Is 85 a C? I don't know.
No, it's a B. It's a B plus. Look, in my household, you don't get in trouble for B pluses. B
Yeah.
pluses are fine.
B pluses
You know?
are pretty good. Yeah, I'm not, and I say that not because of the acting was on point. Everybody stepped their acting up from season 1 and season 2. Even Boyd was like really jumping in to his character changing and acting different. He really leaned into it. Like he screamed the fuck off at Costa. He screamed the fuck off at the slow walker at the window, pointed the gun at her, everything. Like he went in, he leaned into the transformation of Boyd. He did great. Little Ethan did great.
I
Like,
agree.
like
Hey, real fast, I want to address this. Susan, I'm not saying Taryn has to like, and I'm talking in the chat. I'm not saying Taryn has to like the finale. I'm saying I hope he does, because I know he loves the show and he's heartbroken. He can hate it all he wants. You don't have to like anything. That's not what I'm saying. I just hope he does, because he loves the show. Sorry.
No, he will, because it really doesn't impact his theory all that much. It was just like major points of his theory. In my opinion, that brother's theory has a lot of the stuff and the esoteric nuances that you are definitely going to see in the show. Now, if they're going to play out in the way that he thinks they're going to emerge, I doubt some of it, but a lot of it is definitely on point. Like I was just pointing out how Jade's visions seem to be going back farther into time. Like when he had the vision of an actual person, like it goes further back into time. Like that is totally speaking to Taryn's theory, because he's taking it all the way back to the first settlers that met indigenous people on Turtle Island. I'm on board with that 100%, of why we wouldn't be planning a trip to Newfoundland. Like, you know what I'm saying? So,
right.
You
right
know,
on.
I think that those things are going to emerge, but I think it's going to take people like him and I to have to tell people what they're seeing. Like,
right. I mean, it could be. Well, the fun thing about this show is all the theories. I follow a bunch of channels that I do not agree with their theories, but I enjoy hearing their thought process. So I know, look, I'm horrible at making theories. Nothing I have predicted, let me put it that way, nothing I have predicted has come out right except by accident. And yeah, that was it. This season, I was thinking they're going to try to catch a monster with the bear trap that actually Chrissy gets her foot stuck in. But they didn't. And by the way, segue about catching the monsters. You and a few others are upset they didn't try to catch a monster. And I would like to say, I just don't see. I'm glad that this season they were speaking like real people in there. They were saying, "What if we do this? Why don't we try this? We should try catching a monster." But even then, Donna is me in the situation. She's like, "And then what are you going to do?" Or Cautry is like, "Well, what are you going to do? You're going to keep them in the room?" I mean, we know they lie. I personally didn't see the point in catching a monster, especially since they've already dissected a monster. Do you know what I'm saying? So I guess my question is, what did you want them to do to catch a monster? You just wanted like
no. Everything Boyd said was right there. He said, "I'm gonna talk to a monster," and he said, "What are you gonna do?" He said, "I'm gonna talk to his ass." He said, "I'm gonna catch a monster and talk to him and see what the fuck they got to say." My thing was this: the only problem with that is you don't have to catch them to do that. You could just stand right at the window and they'll come talk to you any fucking way. Obviously, a dude had a whole relationship with one of them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So they will come and divulge information. They probably will play games, come and lie to you. But
they speak in riddles. They tell half truths.
Right.
The whole thing is like a monkey's paw. Is that what it's called, or claw? Where it's like you wish. It's almost the truth, or where you wish for something and you get a evil version of it.
I've been saying the monkey's paw for a couple of months, but I haven't put any videos out about it. But I have a theory on the monkey's paw, and me and Tony were on the phone. Actually, me, Taryn, and Tony were on the phone at the same time talking, and that's where him and I both had an epiphany. Like we're talking, and I forget what our conversation was about, but we both had an epiphany at the same time. His epiphany was of the genie, and my epiphany was of the monkey paw. and that is they were the same, and it was so strange that we both had this epiphany at the same time because they both entail making wishes, right? And I talked about all of the things that the people were wishing for, like Boyd was wishing for a boat. Sarah said she was wishing for a new start. Like there were other wishes. Jade, I'm pretty sure, had his desires and stuff with just selling a company for lots of money.
Mm-hmm.
You know, who else? There were other the Matthews. It's safe to say that they wanted their child back.
Yeah, can I be honest? I feel like they're going somewhere with Thomas, and because that child death was so realistic and in the real world, I wish they would never have brought that up. I hate that. I hate the baby death. I hate infant death because it's so real world. You know what I'm saying? It didn't happen in front. It's different than monsters ripping you up. But yeah, sorry, that was the rant.
And Alice, anytime you want to jump in, you can cut one of us off. Like, yo, we're sitting in the proverbial barbershop at the moment.
Right on.
Alabaster Dragon says something right here. He says, catch one for info. See what happens to them in the daylight. Absolutely. Like, I'm on that.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know that your monkey's claw, is it monkey's claw or monkey's paw? Is it with a P or a C?
The monkey's paw. Every time you make a wish, it twists in your hand. And
yeah, but you see that's already coming to light, right? Because to me, the monsters made a wish to live forever, and they got their wish, probably not like they wanted.
And you get your wishes, you get what you asked for, right? But you don't get it in the way that you want it, and that happens throughout the entire show. Even in the bar, it says we deal or we trade. Okay, it says we trade in the bar. It's a sign above the window in the bar that says we trade. Also, there are deals that are being made. Sarah makes a deal with the entity, kill the boy, everybody goes home. Elgin, the same thing. Take up Fatima, everyone goes home. Even Ethan and Victor had a trade where Victor says, I don't want to take that picture. And he said, if you don't take the picture, I'm not going to take the coat. And they said deal. And boom, they exchanged the trade. And so in the monkey's paw is referred to as a talisman as well. And so I was going to do a whole video on all of this stuff. You know, the time wasn't letting me get to it, but I'm definitely going to get to it. That's why I'm dropping and kind of documenting some of these thoughts here on this live now. I've mentioned some of these nuances before as well, but the monkey's paw is definitely in the groove. Even in the monkey's paw, there's a man that wished for his dead son to come back to life. And he does come back to life, but he didn't come back in the way that the man asked for. He came back straight up like on some Pet Cemetery type shit.
Right. Hey, David, in the comments, when you're talking, so you said, I don't think the monsters can come out during the day. They are repressed trauma and in the mind and act like, look, y'all, I'm not hooked on phonics didn't work. Okay. Was smiling all the time and seeking instant gratification. Okay. I want to throw a theory out. You know how they say they were born in the dark. I think the monsters, whatever happened, whatever the original townsfolk did to the children was at night. The kids are born at night. They died at night. The monsters can only come out at night. That is my theory from the night, why they don't come out during the day. I don't think they would burn up like a
vampire.
Right on. Okay. So that's one thing. I also do believe that the yellow man, or the man in yellow, is the main entity. If you go back to Miranda's paintings, there's a big red mark all around that man in yellow. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So I believed, not since we first saw that painting, it was just because I didn't know who the hell was in that painting. The man in yellow, he made no sense to me. It was just another random person in a room full of paintings. But I did duly note, actually, that there was the red, like bubble around the man in yellow. So, that may not be probably is not his true form. I think he is the main boss or like the second boss of what's going on. That's my theory. So yeah.
Yeah.
I was told that the man in yellow should be referred to as the man in the yellow suit. And you come up with a whole different theory when you do that. the man in the yellow suit. So look that up and see what you get from that.
Okay.
No,
I
totally
got to
agree.
write that down. Look, I'm ADHD, y'all. So I have to have notes so I stay on topic. And I got to write stuff down. I forget it. So hold up. I'm writing that down. Okay.
I think that the man in yellow is somebody who also made a deal for power.
Oh, you think he did? Okay. So you do not think he is the big bad?
I don't think he is the big bad. I think
Okay.
I don't think we've met the big bad yet.
Okay. See,
And
I'm just
I think
wondering.
I
Okay,
think
go on.
he is a threat. I think he's definitely a threat, and he's going to appear to be the big bad. But he's also going to reveal that there are things out there that he obviously has a set of rules as well.
Mm-hmm.
He's a day walker. He can come out in the daytime, just like the lady, the kimono lady. They both can emerge during the day, so they're somewhat different than the monsters, aren't they? Or not?
I thought so, Alice. It seemed that way because, well, we have
sure.
multiple hints. Because the kimono lady was able to appear in the little shed with Fatima, and there's a talisman up, right? And during the colony house all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And she was physically able to touch Elgin in the colony house. She
That's
pushed his
right.
ass underwater.
And Fatima.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Mhm.
And she was able to touch him inside of his dream as well. Like you said, she pushed him underwater inside a dream.
Yeah, I still think she may have been an evil angel or a dark angel. And I'm just going by the Fatima theory, or like what I was saying. I don't know. I'll share theories like on Reddit and in like comment sections, but if I get shut down, I don't push back really usually. But I feel so justified or verified now because a lot of other people were saying, and it's, you know what, it could be both. It's pulled from all different types of folklore and tales and religions. And I was raised Catholic, so I knew the catechism. And when I would bring up the Fatima, I was always shut down that it was like, no, that's an Arabic name, but they're not talking about Portugal. And I was like, but there's so many relations, Our Lady Fatima, the Virgin Mother Mary, she wasn't supposed to get pregnant. For Our Lady Fatima, the kids that would come to her, nobody believed the kids. The whole town came, and it rained and it stormed. And then when I found out that this season, the last two episodes were going to be Revelations, I'm like, oh snap. So that must be like Revelation, without the S in the Bible once again, and with the rotten fruit and, the Antichrist. So I was assuming that Fatima's baby she wasn't the Virgin Fatima in this situation. It was the opposite, but it still was not. It should have been impossible for her to be pregnant.
There was an immaculate conception.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Right on. So anyways, yeah. I wanted to get that.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Makes sense. This is a horror show, so it is the opposite of everything, right?
That's what I was thinking. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
And then I wrote something else down. Yeah, the smiley and the egg thing, that was what I've heard people throwing the egg stuff out. But like I said, my theories have never been right. The only thing I ever brought up was Fatima's name and that whole thing. And I didn't craft a theory on it. I just said that's why I thought she was pregnant. Now, where I am wondering is, remember Abby? Like a lot of people have talked about Abby, Boyd's wife, having dreams, and if she was a Miranda or Tabitha. I don't think that's the case. The more we learn now that we've seen Sarah and Elgin both be fooled directly by the town, I think that monsters got into Abby's head. That's what I think.
Yeah,
because she kept on saying, we get to go home, calm down.
Now it makes you wonder, who are the voices that are speaking to Sarah? Because now we can cancel them out. It's not the slow walkers, right?
No. I think it's the same person. If it is the man in yellow that were the phone calls, whether it was Kenny, whether they were pretending to be Thomas, that's what I'm thinking. It's, like maybe a hive mind theory of entities or one entity, or that's what I'm thinking anyways. I don't think monsters.
Well, these entities, to Sarah, were saying that they wanted to go home as well.
Right. And they also told her if she didn't, then her brother and the whole town would die, except only her brother died, and that was by her hands.
Right. And the rest of the town would die. Then Sarah spoke to something else too. So a female. Sarah's heard male and female voices. Remember when she was in the woods with Boyd,
she heard a female. It may have been Abby. It was never confirmed, but it was a female speaking like Abby that called Boyd.
Mr. Fish and Loaves, I was wrong.
So, yeah, but I don't think evil Abby is Abby at all.
Oh no, not at all. I don't think so.
Yeah, and then who, like, I guess Kenny. I'm thinking of voices. Who have the entity like actually reached out and touched beyond like what everyone else could see? Obviously, Jade Miranda.
I think that the voice that Sarah heard was Abby, though.
You think that really was Abby? So you think Abby went dark?
I think that was really Abby.
Trying to help.
Interesting.
Interesting. Okay.
Tell Mr. Fish and Loaves that I was wrong, and what I'm thinking she was wrong about was killing people and you get to go home.
Okay.
That it's not a dream. And then Martin clearly says, what if Abby was right? But Boyd had already got the information from Sarah that.
Oh, I see where you're going with this. Okay. Yeah. Boyd. See, I guess I'm taking it. Even Martin. Now, Martin seems a little bit different. Okay. Let me put a pin in Martin because I need to stay focused. I think that Abby, the entities, they tell the truth sometimes, and sometimes they don't. They'll appear nice and innocent. Do you see what I'm saying? So I saw it as another way of them trying to have Boyd put his shield down to truly believe it was Abby, because Abby would say, I was wrong. You know, Boyd never thought she was right. Boyd and Ellis always saw it as a tragedy of what she did. So the monsters wouldn't come on trying to taunt him yet. They would come on trying to make him believe this really is Abby. Because then what happens after that message? Then he sees Abby. And I don't think that Abby was good.
I don't think
Does that make sense?
Abby that we saw was her.
So you think it's two different Abbies? All right.
Yeah.
Who knows, man?
Abby we saw was her. But I do think the Abby that Sarah heard was her, you know, because she told Sarah to tell Mr. Fish and Loaves. And
yeah,
so,
no, correct.
And so she's telling her that, so say, if you tell him this, he'll trust you. You know,
right.
And
for the reason you think it's Abby is the exact same reason I think it was the entity. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, right. It's what Christopher said. Everything lies here. How the F are you supposed to know if the boy in white's good? Everything lies here.
They say that everything lies here. And see, I hope they use that to like dial back on some of the things that they've done already.
Like what? Like, yeah. Hey, why don't you tell me, where do you find the writing flaws? I don't think From is perfect. There are things that frustrated me so bad. But as far as plot holes, I don't know.
About the slow walkers from Fatima was just a writing mistake to me.
See, I disagree. She was pregnant with him.
That heavy level of information shouldn't just be conveyed to the audience by a character just talking.
Okay, I don't know if I commented this or I said it out loud, but the thing is, Fatima didn't give us that information. She really just, Fatima's one-liner was just reassurance to the audience of information that had already heavily been hinted at. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we had already found out from Victor 1 or 2 episodes ago that they were born at night, they're killed at night. And by the way, I think the born at night may have actually been the monsters, not the kids. But anyways, they're born at night, they're killed at night, and yada, yada, yada. That we'd already found out that Miranda and Tabitha were Miranda, Tabitha, Christopher, Jade. And then Fatima, to me, that was just like, for, grandma sitting next to me, who maybe quite didn't put it together yet. They're like, hey, yes, this is what's going on. You're right. If you've picked up on all the clues over the past few episodes, these monsters did sacrifice the kids. Does that make sense? Like, Fatima didn't give us that information.
Well, I mean, it could have went multiple ways. And Victor and Henry's words are still in question as far as I'm concerned. You know.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. Everyone's words should be in question.
In the yellow back, or bringing the man, freeing the man in yellow. The song from the notes from the numbers inside of those bottles, I believe, freed the man.
Oh, I think so too. I think the song, and just because the song was their memory, was their, hey, this will be our reminder to do this. Like, you text yourself a word, or I'll tell my husband, I'm like, hey, just say, baseball to me. So a word that means nothing, but it reminds me of something. The song, I think, was put together by Jade and Tabitha for their reminder. So no matter where they come through, because it was already set up that Miranda used to play the violin. Now Jade plays the violin. So no matter when they come back, this is their, hey, let's remember song. But them remembering full on brings on the man in yellow. Because anytime the townspeople have got too close. I'm sorry?
So you're saying that it's both. I like
Yeah,
that.
I think so.
I think
it's like it's a circle. What came first, the chicken or the egg? But them remembering brings the man in yellow. The song is them remembering, so that brings the man in yellow. Like, I can't say for sure. That's where I'm going.
Evil was trapped in those bottles, and I think I think that evil was trapped in the bottles, and I think that it was a bad idea for them to open up the bottle. I think.
How would they remember then? Do you think? What would be their remembering cue? Because I feel like no matter what, that was their way for both of them to be like, this is it.
Well, they already she was already remembering things before they played the song.
Correct. And so was Jade. But to me, this was like the last little piece of the puzzle to at least see what you're putting together. Not the whole puzzle, but this was the piece where you're like, okay, I know where this is going now.
The Aunt Cooey thing just being a fake made up word is corny as hell.
You know what? I'm not good at stuff like that. So, and I'm not like a big mystery horror watcher. So to me, it's like, all right. So yeah, so maybe that is. I don't know. I don't know enough of the
unless it is a word somewhere and nobody caught that. That would be
okay.
Crazy.
I'm gonna PM in the comments. Yes, I said that earlier. I didn't say scientifically. I didn't know, but I said that earlier. PM.
Yo, and yeah, PM says scientifically, music has been proven to help retain and recall memories. The numbers were the melody and the word, the lyric, and Cooey. Both together brought the memory recall full circle. Okay, I like that as well. I like that. Now, here's the thing. That is so true. My grandmother had Alzheimer's disease. And when we played music for her, she would snap out of it and be able to have a coherent conversation with you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, that was amazing, especially when I would play music from back in the day that she knew and recognized.
Right.
And it was almost like she was in a time machine, because there were times where my grandmother thought she was 10 years old. And she thought she was back in a time where she was 10 years old, like I believe like in the 30s, early mid 30s or something like that. She was 10.
Yeah, my great grandma or my great grandpa had it. It's such a weird thing. They'll be there and they'll be gone. But yes, he would go from talking to me to thinking I was my mother, saying, "Lars, you back from school?"
Yeah,
they raised my mom, but yeah,
but not even your mother now, like your mother when she was
in high school. Yeah.
And so memories are tied to music and also smells and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
As well. I remember smelling this cologne one time that was inside of my uncle's nightstand.
Mm-hmm.
And I smelled the cologne and I literally got like this. I was like, I believe 10 years old smelling it.
Mm-hmm.
And it took me back all the way to like when I was like 4 or 5 years old. And I remember being at this jazz festival with my dad, and he had that shit on. He had the same fragrance on. And I remember I hadn't thought about that jazz festival for years.
And I bet you could close your eyes and you could feel like you were there. Look,
I felt
smells
like
do that.
I was hearing the music, everything. I will never forget that happened to me. We got somebody else on the panel. Freedom's March is in the building. How you doing, Freedom's March?
I'm good, bro. How you doing?
All is well. All is well. Good to have you. Good to have you. What are your thoughts on some of this?
Well, I wanted to first of all, shout out to you, and man, shout out to you guys. Shout out to you for making From so interesting in between episodes and seasons. So just shout out to y'all.
Thank you.
The whole Familia and Family, all y'all. So that's what's up.
Hey, Freedom.
Huh?
I just said, hey, how are you? Hello.
How you doing? How's everybody on the panel doing?
Good.
Yes, indeed. All is well. All is well. We have Alice.
Alice.
We have Glue Guns and Roses and Freedom's March. So
Appreciate-
Freedom's March, what's going on?
Well, I was thinking, do y'all think that the man in yellow killed Jim because he knew too much? Is that what everybody?
I think it was in retaliation. I don't think Jim knew too much. Yeah, I think it was in retaliation. Nothing against Jim. If I hate you, I'm not killing you. I'm killing.
Right.
I'm not. Well, it's YouTube, but you know what I'm saying. YouTube, we're not being serious here.
I think it's a twofold question. I think he killed him because he was very helpful. Jim could be actually very helpful and resourceful.
Right.
Not only, and he's shown this all the way back to season 1 when he designed that tower.
Yes.
You know, and did the actual plans for it and the whole 9. He built it. He designed a little thing so that they can hoist it up onto Colony House and everything. All of that was on his little design. Like, I thought that was fire. He also was able to fix the radio. He fixed that radio and got it working. And then even when the radio broke, and Randall said, well, what about the radio? He's like, don't worry about the radio. I could fix the radio. That was when they were in the RV.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And so Jim also, like we said, figured out the music thing. But Jim was the only one asking good questions, and the only person this entire season, if you go back and watch the entire season,
yes,
he was the only person able to break through with asking questions.
He was. Yeah.
I think it's because Jim was the only one physically doing anything. Jade was over there playing Mad Hatter. And then Jim, I don't like Jim, but let's be realistic. He physically tried to build the radio. Physically, Jim was looking for answers. That's my opinion. Sorry, March.
He contextualized all of Jay's ideas. That's what he did.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, good.
Jay, like you said, is a Mad Hatter. He's a mad scientist. But the mad scientist always has an Eeyore.
Yes, he needs the engineer.
He's the Igor, the Eeyore, whatever you called him, the Frankenstein's assistant, that kind of helps.
That goes out and makes the things happen, puts the strings and the knots together. Yeah.
Yes. Here's my thing. Here's my thing about why he had to kill Jim. I think that everything is all right. So it's like if you think about magic, right? I know this is not really, and there's a lot of theories of whether or not this is magic scientific. But if we're talking about sacrifices, if we're talking about sacrifice to make certain things happen, we're talking about there has to be a balance, right? So once they played that music, there had to be a sacrifice, and that sacrifice was Jim. That's why the man in yellow said it.
I like that theory.
Yeah, he told him. He said, "I tried to warn you."
He said.
So what would that warning be?
Everything that the man in yellow saw happening, every time Tabitha did something, it was getting closer to
okay, I'm with you. I'm Mark. I'm with you. I know where you're going. I'm with you.
I don't think he wanted to kill Jim. I think Jim made the game interesting, but because because Jay played that music and they remembered, that was probably the first time that ever happened in Fromville. And so
why not kill Jade, or why not kill Tabitha? Why not?
That's
why
what I'm
kill
saying.
Jim? I didn't understand that.
That's why I think it's a sacrifice, because if it was simply because somebody knew too much, then he would have to kill Jade, Tabitha, and Jim, not just Jim.
Here's what I believe. Here's what I believe.
Like if it was just, oh, you know too much, I got to kill you. It wouldn't make sense to kill Jim, because Jim doesn't even have visions.
What if they can't kill Tabitha or Miranda?
There's a simple reason why they didn't kill Jade.
Okay.
I don't think they can. But go on. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, well, this is what I'm thinking. That might be that we're right, but the methodology is different, right?
Right. Okay.
We're the same on that. I think that Jade is useful. They need Jade to do more things. There's probably more music. There's probably more things that need to be done for things to be unlocked.
Okay.
More entities other than the man in yellow are going to come.
But every time they unlock something, somebody's going to have to die.
Right. And see, we can't forget that there's also an outside influence as well. Or not influence, but there's an outside spectator
That fourth
There's-
dimension person.
Well, no, there's someone outside, like where Tabitha was, that knows about what's going on.
Okay.
And they've given us so many different clues to that. The rendezvous people definitely have some shit going on, because Boyd used the rendezvous. He had a rendezvous trailer,
Mm-hmm.
and Donna had a rendezvous calendar.
Mm-hmm.
Then you see the rendezvous box that Boyd wrote the map on.
Mm-hmm.
Then earlier in the season, when Henry was on the computer, you see the rendezvous in the side there, in the oh my goodness, the pop-up.
Yeah.
Okay. Now when you go to that actual website,
Mm-hmm.
if you go to that actual website, that
Yep.
okay, so you will see once you're at the website, you'll see that whole rendezvous pop up.
I know that because of your channel.
Okay, yeah.
I saw you bring that up on the channel too.
Okay, and so there's a source code. When you check the source code from this website, there's an actual login. You can actually log into that server. And they created it. I think they were doing some little side information. I think that was a little bit of side information. They didn't give too much away. And I don't think anybody has really solved that actual hack all the way. But there's a lot of information that was given external to the show this time. Like last time they had, I think season 1 is when those missing posters came out.
Right.
And then they updated one of the missing posters. And then they show us this website, which actually had to do with a missing poster. It was an article about the Matthews family, which is the same missing poster that was updated, because they updated the Matthews family's missing poster and put a date on it, which was 2022.
Okay.
I just thought that was society just saying, you know, in the real world, this family is missing. But you're saying that this is connected somehow.
Poster.
Oh yes, most definitely. It's all connected to the rendezvous people. Okay,
See,
so
I'm not that smart to figure all that out, but I was also kind of with Alice. Honestly, I just thought maybe that they had left that open and they couldn't get like a brand deal. You know how like shows will intentionally put like Pepsi, Home Depot.
Well,
but I didn't catch all of those other connections. Where didn't you say like on the missing poster on the computer there was an ad for Rendezvous or whatever?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the thing about the rendezvous situation. Why would they bring this up? And why would they have Boyd? The way they showed that to us, it was a reveal. The first time we saw it on Donna's calendar.
Mm-hmm.
The second time we saw it was in the first season, episode 8, when we get the story about Abby killing people.
Right on.
We got the story. And so when you look at, why would they bring that back up? Okay, so when you all right, listen. So the way they brought
I
it
think
back,
it's probably a clue because also
here
remember they showed the truck in Tabitha's dream.
I'm gonna round it off to you here. I know exactly how to articulate this now.
Okay,
so the third time we see the rendezvous, or the actual third time it's actually featured in a new way other than Donna's calendar, because we see that a couple of times throughout the show. But the new way that they brought it to us was on a pop-up. Now, when you are on the computer and you're searching things, pop-ups come from your area. Like, you know, you're not gonna get a pop-up from a business that you couldn't use, right? Like your pop-ups, like when people put advertisements out there, they're shooting for a certain demographic and stuff. So why would Henry be receiving this pop-up on his computer, right? Meaning that this place is connected to Henry in some kind of way. Then we look back at the preacher. The preacher knew that Tabitha's child that fell off she said, my baby fell off the changing table. And he said, well, what was your son's name? And it's like, how did you know that she had a son? How did you know the child was male? Right? Then
Yeah.
after she gets done telling him where, you know, she was and everything, this woman just says, hey, you know, when I got back, and he said, back from where? And she says, a place where monsters come out at night and no one can leave and all of this. And then the first thing he says after she drops a bomb like that, she just told you about monsters in a place that no one can leave. And his first response was, well, what are the snacks inside the lunchbox? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think he thought he was talking to a crazy person.
Exactly.
And in all seriousness, that's the response I would have too. I don't know if you've ever done community work. You get some people, bless their souls,
Yes,
and you just have to roll with it.
I worked in the medical field for a better part of my adult life. So it's like,
Yeah.
I know, but that was a weird response coming from a clergyman.
Yeah, that was still
Yeah,
kind
Like,
you're not
heard a lot
Catholic,
of
I can
stories,
see.
though.
Ooh.
To
we're
his
talking about a
credit,
priest in a
I would think
confessional.
he had heard a lot of stories.
Right.
So
You
he
know
was
what I'm
just
saying?
rolling with it, like she said.
Right.
Oh,
But
said
but,
he.
but rolling with it, she said the monsters and all of this.
Mhm.
And you know, you would think that he would say, well, is your family there? And you're saying your family is still in this place? And you're saying your family is stuck there? No, he says, what's in the lunchbox? What snack did he make for you?
Yeah.
And him, I think that him saying
I mean, maybe. I really, somebody on the
Well,
writing
here's the
staff
thing. Let me
has a deep knowledge
on
of
that.
Catholicism, I think.
Let me finish the thought on that, right?
Maybe he thought that she had a weapon in that box. I mean, she may be really crazy.
Well, you
So-
definitely wouldn't want her to open the box if you thought she had a weapon in it. But let me finish the thought on this. She told him in the confessional that she had called her mother, and she said that it probably caused more harm than good that she called her mother, meaning that if she's a missing person, then the authorities have been looking for her. They've been in contact with her parents. Her parents will call a detective. The detective will trace the call, find the girl in Camden, Maine. They'll be a lot more closer to finding this woman that's been missing for some weeks now, right? And
Yeah,
so,
I also like what Bitey said on the screen. And I
so-
think they're going with what you're going with. But I'm listening. I'm sorry.
So she says she thinks that the priest was foreshadowing. But I think that what the information that Tabitha gave the priest gave more urgency for her to be linked up with Henry. And so what the priest did was drew her attention to inside of the lunchbox, and
Right.
that's how
I
she
see.
ended up seeing the address to go know where Henry was at. Now, furthermore, I don't think that Miranda painted those paintings. And if she didn't paint the paintings, then she probably didn't do the bottle trees either.
Well, who
Right.
would
Okay.
Okay, so here's the reason why I think that is because Henry said that, well, let's back up. Victor says that he is the reason why his mother left and went to the towers, right? So Victor says that his mother went to the towers because he heard the boy in white telling Christopher. He goes back to his mom. That's how his mom knows that the kids are in the tower. And then she leaves because she wants to go save the kids, right? So that's what Victor said. So are we going to believe that? Okay, that's cool. I'm fine with that. But then we have to look at the conflicting story that Henry said. Henry said that this woman got high one night. She took her kids, both her kids, to the house, got high one night, and started painting pictures. Now, after she started painting pictures of this place and talking about kids in the tower and talking about the boy in white and talking about all of these things, right? She didn't just end up in Frumlin because she had to have time to create these bottle trees and stuff. So it had to be some time going by before her, Victor, and Eloise ended up in Frumlin. So
that's how I took it. Maybe I need to watch again. I took it that that's how it was presented.
So all right, so if you took it like that, then that's how I took it. It had to be like that. It couldn't have been any other way if she was like running around town making bottle trees in the backyard, all the way on the other side of town. she's making bottle trees everywhere because she was a local artist, and I guess that she was doing an installment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I had an uncle that used to do graffiti and shit like that, and he used to get commissioned by the city to do murals and shit. So yeah, that's possible, but this would have had to take some time between the time she started. So this means that she was mulling this shit over, and this means
Right.
that she was painting all of these paintings. She painted the tower, she painted the ghoulie kids, she painted all of this stuff. So according to Henry, she
Mhm.
already knew about the kids in the
Bottle
tower, the boy in white, and all of that.
Yeah.
She,
So
I
But
thought
what
she was
if-
having visions like Jade
what
is
if
right
Henry
now.
was lying?
Sorry.
But what
Hmm?
if Henry was lying? But
Because-
what if Henry was lying? And what indicates that he was lying was this. When he said
Okay.
to Tabitha after she broke the glass, he said, why do you think that boy in white tried to lure you to the tower? And Tabitha had to correct him. She was like, I didn't say that the boy in white lured me to the tower. I said I went through the tree, got to the tower, and he pushed me out the glass. I didn't tell you that the boy in white lured me to the tower. Where did that shit come from? So, okay, then when you look at the paintings, them shits don't look like no 40-plus-year-old paintings. And they had to be more than 40-year-old paintings because he said that she got high and started painting them shits. So
Mhm.
she started painting them the moment that she started having those visions, right?
Mhm.
So that means that the paintings came first, the bottle
Mhm.
came second, and then
Mhm.
you want to believe what Henry was saying. But if you believe what Victor was saying, that means that his mom ended up in this place and did not know where the children were at all until he told them from the boy in white's mouth. Now, so here's the problem. This is the biggest overarching problem with this story.
Okay.
Why would Henry do that? And what purpose would it serve? And did it serve a purpose in this season? And it did serve a purpose because the bottle trees being outside is what made Tabitha say that they must play the music. Hold your thoughts on that. We got a super chat from Mia Moore, and she says maybe Eloise changed the story too. Oh man, that's so crazy. That's a definite ill thought right there. I love to see that, and I'd love to see what else killed the other people. Thank you for your generosity, Mia Moore. But and we're gonna get back to that. I'm gonna leave this up here for a second. We're gonna get back to that. What are your thoughts on what I'm saying about Henry and his story, opposed to what Victor's saying? Because they definitely have conflicting stories.
it's
Can we
definitely
agree? Can we agree on that? That their stories conflict?
yes.
I don't know if I agree, but I'm gonna let March. I can't see what you're supposed to be called. It's covered up right now. Forgive me. Freedom March, go first because I haven't shut up yet. So
Well, I definitely think that it's conflicting. Henry had so much information for Tabitha that he was it almost sounded rehearsed when he was talking about it.
Wow. Yes, it did.
And it didn't help that I know the music, they couldn't hear the music. But did you hear the music as he was explaining?
Yeah, it was the T.N. Chen funeral music.
Yes, and it was like he was telling a bedtime story or something like that.
It was crazy. Yeah.
It seemed rehearsed.
yeah, I saw it as revelation music. I'm sorry. Go on.
No. Whatever music they were playing, they couldn't hear it. Right? It's not
Right.
their world. We were hearing it, but it flowed with how he was speaking. It sounded rehearsed. It's almost like he knew Tabitha was going to show up, and that he was going to take her down there and explain all these things to her. Because, I mean, it's 40 years. He's supposed to be an alcoholic, right? And
Maybe, yeah.
he was coming back with a 6-pack. But what I think that somehow he's connected to the yellow, probably, or to the kimono lady.
I think he's connected to the man in yellow in some kind of way, and he helped the dude get out by making Jade and Tabitha confront the significance of the bottle tree. Because not to cut your wisdom, brother, but here's the main part right here that I was trying to get out. The fact that when Victor said to his father, he took him up to the graves of his mother and Eloise, and he said to his father, I'm the reason why she's dead because I told her about the kids in the tower. If I didn't tell her that, she wouldn't have left. She wouldn't be dead. Okay, she wouldn't be dead. And you can stop calling me your son. I don't have to be your son anymore because I know you probably mad because I got your wife and daughter killed. And he gets up. He's like, Victor, God damn it, come here, boy. Please don't you ever say that again.
Oh, he didn't say no, son.
He didn't say no, son. She already knew about the kid.
Yeah,
Your
he
mom
definitely
been
did not. I was
making
waiting for him to say
Your
that.
mom-
I was listening.
Yeah.
I was like, when Henry? Come on now, dog. Come on.
Okay, guys, I think we are kind of missing the forest for the trees or whatever that saying is, because he said your mother loved you. She did what she thought she did to love you, which I think is the right thing to say in that moment. And I do want to say that watching the series, we didn't say that Miranda in chat. I'm reading along the chat. So chat, y'all correct me too if I'm wrong. They didn't say Miranda knew the kids were in the lighthouse or where to the lighthouse. She just knew she had to save the kids. She had visions of a lighthouse, kind of like right now Jade has visions of the one-eyed soldier drinking out of a blood baby head cup. He's had visions of the guy under the rock, but he can't put that shit together to make a full story. I think that's what Miranda was having. So she knew about the kids. She knew she had to save them, but she didn't know where she needed to go. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
But
That's
we're
how I
talking
took
about
it.
a woman that was drawing pictures and painting pictures for who knows
her
how
vision.
long.
Of her
and
visions, right?
Of her visions, I know.
She knew about the bottle trees, though.
She knew about
You
the bottle
made bottle trees.
No,
Right.
and you know what?
She was
No,
making
it
bottle
wasn't
trees,
just-
but maybe she didn't know why she was
Here's
doing
the
it.
body bag to that point right here. It wasn't just the vision. She knew what this place was and everything because she told Henry. According, if you believe what Henry said, he said that he told me that this was a place where no one could leave. She didn't just have visions. She was very descriptive.
Right. Okay. Do you ever watch or do you like read like high fantasy? Like maybe I don't know if high fantasy, but like Lord of the Rings type of fantasy. There's always a prophecy, and almost no one ever gets it right in all of these stories. Whether it's Wheel of Time, there's always a prophecy, and it's vaguish, but it's descriptive, but it's also vague, and it's almost never totally correct.
Right.
Interpreted. Does that make sense? That's how I took it. She was definitely getting visions.
I took it like that at a point too. I was saying the same thing. I was saying that Tabitha misinterpreted it just like Miranda misinterpreted it, and she's probably just watching these people misinterpreted it. And this is the
because it's wrong. He said there was one chosen one. There's not one. There's two. We know that now.
No. She said that he said that Miranda has watched others try to save the kids and they failed.
Right.
And
right. So that means that she knew where to save the kids. That body's the whole, she just saw visions and didn't know specifically about saving the kids. That's not true.
But we don't know if whatever those past people did, if they did it the right way. Maybe they tried to light the mofos on fire. We don't know.
It doesn't matter if they did it the right way or not. Obviously, they didn't do it the right way. It doesn't matter if they did it the right way or not, because the point here is that she knew that the kids were in the tower because she watched other people try to save them. Right?
No, but what I'm saying is, what if the other people didn't go to the tower to save them? See, I'm okay. So I want to say something but I want to put a pin and come back. Like Christopher did something bad last cycle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like he didn't want to listen to the boy in white. He thought he was lying.
We don't know. We don't know what he did. We don't know what he did. We don't know if he did.
That's true, actually. Victor could have been misremembering.
Because Victor could have totally misremembered that, because why the fuck would you put your sister's drawings in the back of that man's car?
You know what? Actually, okay. I'm very skeptical that Christopher did anything bad. But I still stand that the way I interpreted that whole scene is that Miranda got a prophecy in a sense, okay? And that she saw people trying to save the kids. They may have not went to the lighthouse to save the kids. Maybe they buried a saint statue in the ground and said, 5 Hail Marys for him to try to save them. Maybe they didn't go to the tower is what I'm saying. And I don't even think going to the tower saves the kids. Going to the tower was a revelation for Tabitha to remember she was Miranda. I don't even know if the tower has anything to do with saving the kids.
That right. But see, here's the point.
Her visions. In her visions, she knew she had to go to the tower to save the children.
That's what she thought anyway.
Children were there.
That's only if Henry's telling the truth, which I think he's lying. The reason why I believe Victor is because Victor told Tabitha to go, and now we're finding out that Tabitha was Miranda reincarnated. And so I think that Victor did tell his mom about the kids in the tower. I think they were totally blindsided by this place.
Do you have to take DMT to know exactly to get the level of visions that Miranda had? Because Tabitha did not have the same level or intensity of visions that Miranda supposedly had.
Well,
maybe because Jade came in all messed up and he's been seeing visions from the get-go, so who knows?
But not on the level.
Tabitha's shit started with a dream. And she was already digging the hole before she had that dream. Because the beginning of her dream started with her in the hole digging, and she was already digging the hole. So she thinks that he's up there cooking, and she goes up there and it's a dream, which is so crazy. Which is I don't know. It's just a crazy thought that she actually knew about these kids and saving these kids and all of this. Now
I don't know. I've never done acid, but apparently it opens up your 4th and 5th and 7th and 12th eye. So I don't know, but that's what they made it seem like is after she took this crazy trip.
I did shrooms before, but the acid, I've not gone to that level. And I didn't do shrooms until I was like 38. I just smoked weed all my life. But I never did shrooms until I was like 38. Never did nothing else, no hard drugs and nothing like that. But like, and I don't discriminate people. Yo, I go out. I used to go out and play chess in the community and with the homeless people. And there was some brothers down there that I couldn't even get past. And I'm good at chess. I'm not like no lightweight type of dude. I'm good in chess. Right. And you know what I'm saying? Like I'll beat your computer on expert level. Like for real. If anybody want to play, let's set it up. And meet me in the Discord. I'll show you. But,
hey, can I run something by y'all real quick before I get off? I got to run in a minute. But
I want to hear it.
This is going to go back all the way to season. All right. This goes all the way back to season 1 and what Sarah did. That to me stuck out. Like why did that specifically have to happen? When Jade and Toby showed up, Toby was out of it the whole time he was alive. He had zero awareness of what was going on.
Right.
So Sarah got specific instructions. Right. She killed Toby with her own hands.
In the craziest way.
In the craziest way, and left a door open for Kenny's father to get killed. I think that they wanted her to kill Toby. And
Same.
Wanted it to look like it was just a random door left open. You know what I mean? And
right. No, I agree with you.
Toby. Because everybody was like, why did she just kill Toby? Why are the voices telling her to kill Toby? No.
Okay, I thought the voices thought Toby was
Why would
Jade.
she even kill Toby? Why would she even kill Toby and then leave the door open when you could have just killed Toby by leaving the door open?
Okay, can I tell y'all? Okay, I forgot this part. This is another reason, a part of my theory. Remember when you're like, why did they kill Jim? I don't know if the monsters can actually kill Jade or Miranda. And here's my theory why. And I'm so glad you brought that up because I forgot that I had this thought in the shower the other day. Okay, she killed Toby. Sarah was the one that was instructed to kill Toby, right? And this is where I thought you were going. And I was like, same. Sorry, I jumped the gun. Okay, Sarah killed Toby, right? Instructed by the monsters. And they said, make it look like it was the monsters. Remember, she said that part too. Okay, I think the monsters thought it was Jade/Christopher in the hospital bed, not Toby. And for the simple fact, and look, I haven't had a good theory ever, y'all. So I could be totally wrong. But I was just thinking that I'm like, that is so interesting because the monsters could have killed him. They wanted the door left open. They enjoy torturing and hurting and causing pain. So, but they told her specifically, kill him, make it look like we did it. And we know the monsters probably would have tried to get her to kill them to cause her and town pain. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see where I'm going with that? So anyways, I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah. Well, I want to add this to it. They didn't say make it look like we did it.
They did. She told her brother that. I actually wrote that down.
She said that it said make it look like the monsters did it.
Right.
And they aren't the monsters.
Right.
Yeah, we the monsters.
Oh yeah, okay. No, make it look like the monsters did it. You're right, because the monsters really aren't in her head. I don't think it is.
So the voices didn't say make it look like we did it. as if the
No,
monster.
you're right. You're right. You're right. Because I don't. You're right. I don't think the monsters are the one talking to her. But yeah,
No.
they did say make it look like the monsters did it. You're right. You're right.
Mia Moore drops another super chat, and the first one she said maybe Eloise changed the story too. I love that. I wonder. I just want to comment on that real quick. If y'all want to comment on that or build on what Glue Guns and Roses just said, I love what she was saying about the Toby killing and everything, and I love that he brought that up. But I want to comment on this one and say it would be dope as hell to find out that Eloise was time traveling or doing some type of shit at the ruins as well. That would be dope. And then she drops another super chat and says, it's giving Cat in the Box, both realities exist. Woo. Okay, I feel you on that. Thank you for your generosity and super chat, sis.
So here's my theory behind the Toby thing. Yes, I agree with. I think that Eloise might actually still be story walking. She might still be out there story walking somewhere. But my theory behind why Toby was killed like that is because it was still daytime, and they did not want him to come to and start being like, wait, why am I in here? I think that he probably had knowledge of this pocket universe. That's what I think. I think they brought him in here somehow. I think somehow if he was in here, they brought him in there so that they can make sure he died for whatever reason. And it happened way in season 1 in the beginning, and they want us to forget about it so they can come back later and hit you with it. Like, look, they killed Toby for a specific reason. It could be any number of reasons, but I think it's because they felt like he was a danger to the entities of that place, outside or inside of the Fromville. I don't know.
You could be right. Why did she kiss him first?
Yeah, why did she kiss him first? I don't know.
That was crazy, y'all. Come on now. Come on. It's Sarah.
Why did she kiss him?
Eyeball out, yo. Like, she just pulled a dude's eyeball out after she was telling him how
right. Who are we talking about? We're not talking about Ethan or Tabitha. We're talking about serial killer Sarah here, y'all. Come on now.
Kill a little kid, yo.
What do you mean? Why did she kiss him first?
She locked the mom up in the barn and was gonna kill a kid. Like,
right?
But yo, Saggy Stars in the building. Good to see you here. There's a couple more people in the building. We got James Bull in the building. Saggy Star says, who's on the panel? Okay, so on the panel, we have Freedom's March. We have Alice, and we have Glue Guns and Roses is in the building tonight. Yes, and she is bringing some heat. She's got some notes. Freedom's March is building, and Alice is coming in with some sly commentary as well. I love it. Let's see who else we got here. We got James Bull in the building. Autumn is here as well. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, PM is in the building with us. I think she was supposed to kill Jade. The voices thought Jade was the one that was hurt. That's crazy. I love that. And I love that. That's what Glue Guns and Roses was saying just now too. I love it. I love it. I love those
ideas. They know everything else, but they got that wrong.
How could I know? How could they not know who was there?
I was gonna push back.
Because that was the first night. Remember? That, or maybe Sarah was told to kill Jade. I don't know. See, I don't know. That's once again probably wrong. I've never had a right theory, y'all. So just big asterisk.
That's a fire theory. Maybe she was supposed to kill Jade and not Toby, and maybe she was the one who made the mistake and went in there to do it. And she had.
I agree, Golden Child.
She had
what he just said
already. She could have had those instructions already, or maybe they told her to kill Toby to fuck with Jade, pretty much. You know what I'm saying?
Probably. But I think what Golden Child says right. I think Sarah killed before she came to Fromville, y'all. Or she had some major, because she said her brother had to save her from something. I think it was
Sarah.
She would be
crazy, that's for sure.
Makita One is in the building. We got Steed here. Again, we got Mia Moore. We got David is here too. I
don't want to forget about your super chats question though about Eloise, and I was kind of hoping to go a little bit deeper in on that, if that was okay.
Yes, go for it. I love it.
Okay, so first of all, hi, my name is Megan. I have been an Eloise denier is alive for the entirety of From until I had my awakening, which was the very last episode. Because why, Victor? Why would you say I think so? I've said up until now, all of these other little small hints are just them bringing her up, because it would be natural. But so maybe But I'm also wondering, this show does throw out some red herrings because they also, in the same episode, when Ethan's like, I'm forgetting Thomas. I don't know what Thomas looks like anymore. Julie? And who else can't remember anything? Victor. So I don't know if this is a red herring where they're going to make it like, and I know this theory, by the way, is all over the fandom. I'm pretty sure by now that like maybe Eloise also is a story walker, and maybe Ethan is a forgetter. You know, I don't know, man.
That's possible.
Oh wow, yeah. Yeah, because those are the brother and sister.
Mm-hmm.
Ethan is the forgetter, the one that gets things wrong a little something, but he's still helpful. However, it's a little bit things wrong here and there. And then
I have a question. I have a question, Real.
Yes, go ahead.
What if that entire last scene was a dream? Someone was dreaming. So season 4, episode 1, you know,
I'll cry.
Jim's alive. I'm just wondering.
I'll cry twice if he's alive.
You'll cry.
I think he's dead.
That would make it so that the man in the yellow suit or whatever, he could actually walk in the daytime because it was a dream. Because if he is a real monster, he should be one of those that has to be out at night.
Whose dream do you think it is? Jim's?
I don't know. I don't know whose dream it is. But I was just wondering, what if it is a dream?
It could be Julie's dream, and so
I would be as mad as Taryn if it was a dream.
Oh wow, yeah.
Oh man, I would hate that. It might be. You never know. This show would do that.
Oh man, what if it was Kenny's dream? Because his mom got killed and all of that. What if they just retcon the whole season with a dream? That shit would be crazy. That shit would be crazy.
They would not. If they did that, they can't be that dumb. I hope they're not that dumb. But the last scene could be a dream. The very last scene. Is that what you're talking about, Alice?
Yeah, the very last scene. Last scene where Julie comes in and tries to tell him.
People say that it's probably a It's probably.
You know what? Actually, okay, Alice. You know how people are saying like, "How did Jim get to that RV so fast? If they were all the way by the bottle tree." You know what? Maybe that last scene was not linear to the timeline we're in. What if that last scene happens in the future? And Julie saw that, but then again, Julie had that weird wig on. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, maybe it actually that's not the. It's from. We could have. Who knows next season, man?
Who had the most loss this season? Kenny.
Most lost.
Yeah.
Kenny. Like William Wade says.
As always.
All of the characters were horribly traumatized this season.
And then Saggy Star says, with the super chat, thank you for your generosity, sis. And she says, I don't think Jim is dead. I've been saying it since the finale. And yo, you know,
I want to know if Saggy Star, do you think he's like survived, or are you going like more subscribing to like what Alice is saying? It's like a dream or a vision.
It could be a dream, or it could be have not happened yet, and it could be like a future event that Julie is trying to prevent from happening. However,
right on.
It does seem to me that like in the scene, like when Jim is by himself and he's walking up to the RV, it does seem like he's trying to digest the information that Tabitha just told him, and how she said, hey, I need some time. And
yeah,
like, you know, it seems like he was trying to digest that, and then it seems like that happened. However, I agree with all of it. I like the dream. I like the aspect of time travel.
Well, Saggy Star says she doesn't think it's happened yet, and then Joe knows. I didn't have a chance to read her comment. She said something about it as well, about what happened to Jim. And the more actually now that like that's what's so crazy about the show. It's like you think you know what happened, and then you talk to other people, and it's like, you know how the human memory, not just Victor's, but everyone's remembers nothing exactly, but then you talk to everybody else and they start bringing up all this stuff. So I mean I think it's very possible now that very last scene is either in the future. I don't think it's like, I don't think anyone in the chat is just saying that Jim gets stitched up by Chrissy and he survives. Not that I've read yet anyways. But I do think it's like future timeline, a vision or something. Yeah.
if Jim come
Or
back,
could be.
if Jim come back, he gonna be laid up like Stephen Hawkins and shit.
I don't know. Ethan was impaled and he healed like in 2 days. So who knows, man?
I mean, yeah, Jim ain't gonna make it to Colony House to do no healing. He's fucked. Jim is through.
So
Jim
what happened with Jim was
is dead like that cow.
the man in yellow ripped his throat out. Ripped out
his whole throat out.
his
But
thyroid.
no, I'm with Saggy. She
Yeah.
said that the scene seemed out of place. It's like the time passed. Julie comes up with a goddamn Dora the Explorer wig on and some scratches on her face. And you know what I'm saying? Like, that's
Well, I want to know where Alice, is that just something you were thinking of? Like maybe this is a dream because it was too weird that Jim died, or where is that?
I don't know what made me think of it. It was just that Julie she was out of place. You know, she didn't look like herself. It was like a future Julie maybe or something coming back, which would make it, you know, time, right? Something within time. But I just thought that maybe someone is dreaming. And so that would make all of this last part fake. And then Jim comes back. He doesn't actually die, but that means the writers gave some of us what we wanted, which was Jim to die, but it's like he's not dead. I just thought that. Mm-hmm.
No, that does make sense.
I'd love it. I'd love it.
Saggy started to spin another super chat, I think.
Yes, I just saw that. Saggy Star drops a super chat. Thank you for your generosity, sis. And she says, like, does him dying make any sense for the storyline? I don't think Jade and Tabitha are together romantically at all. Now, I called them Jabitha last season.
I didn't think they were good together. I've been wanting them to. And I think it makes sense for him to die. So he has to come back as a ghost and then whine and complain to Tabitha every time she stays the night with Jade. Yeah, it makes sense to me.
I don't think she's going to do that in front of her children.
I know. Okay.
Shit, I think she will.
You know what? I've only seen Ethan hang out with Jade. I haven't seen Ethan sit and do arts and crafts with his dad. I think he's fine.
She got 4 lovers in this place, and one of them already.
What the man in yellow say? These ain't your kids no more, Jim. Yeah. Remember that?
That's wild.
She said he already straight told her Jay is step.
Yes, they do, Saggy Star. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Thank you for the super chat, sis. Yo, Jay have no chemistry at all. Are you kidding me? When they met up in the bar, and he was like, "Hey, would you help me put this liquor thing together to make this liquor real quick? Me and you can get a little
see it at all.
This guy.
Like I don't. He said he didn't. When they first sit down to talk, they start drinking. What the fuck are we talking about?
Chris LaBelle, I almost said like I'm typing. Chris LaBelle, I think I agree with her. I don't think it was a dream, but it could be.
They start drinking while they was building the liquor thing. Then they sat down. Then they spent the whole night together talking about Eloise's drawings, and they was just chilling and shit. And Jim was just over there looking all goofy and shit. And I mean, this is what the fuck it is. Like,
Teflon's in the chat. Tony's in the chat. Did you see him? Do you see him?
There he is. Tabitha is for the streets.
That's right. For Jade Streets.
The Don Tony Teflon in the building. Yes, indeed. I mean, yeah.
It's funny that the guys think that.
She got 4 lovers in this place,
totally
and
different.
one of them is already a ghost. One of her lovers is already a ghost.
What, Saggy Star? She literally when he was playing the violin, when he was playing sweet love songs to her, when she walked by, she's like, I gotta go. She brushed her hand against his hand, not Jim's hand. That was chemistry. They work nicely together.
When Tabitha came up to Henry's crib,
I think I saw her wink at him one time.
Bro got out the car.
Well, that blows my theory.
He was like, look, I ain't got no time for this shit. I didn't stop at the ATM and get $40.
Christopher didn't look as good then, Saggy Star. Look, if I was Miranda and that was Christopher at that time, I wouldn't have been like, hey, we were together in a past life. I would have kept that part to myself. I would have said, in a past life, we need to save these kids. Christopher doesn't look like Jade.
Oh my God.
Yo, I'm saying it is what Christopher.
Y'all,
well, I'll tell you one thing. She got 2 dead husbands and 2 real husbands now. Dead, Christopher's dead and Jim is dead. Now she got Henry and Jade to worry about. Now that Jim is dead, Jim is the only motherfucker that even knew about the whole shit. He's dead now. I don't think Jim and Tabitha gonna tell nobody. Next thing you know, they're gonna be down there in them caves. And it's over there. Next person pregnant is gonna be Tabitha. Shit.
No. I don't think, I would, if I were her, I would not tell Henry anything. That just makes it too weird. Henry doesn't need to know. Well, I think it was in your chat that I saw somebody say that, and it like made me laugh for days. It was like, they said Tabitha, or the From is playing real life, kill F or Mary. And it was like, Jim, Jade, Henry, or whatever. But yeah, it made me laugh so hard.
Hey, yo, just knowing that Tabitha is reincarnated as Miranda makes the whole scene with her trying to hop out the car and him closing the damn door on her ass. That shit hit harder now. It's like, oh.
She sure did, Tony. You're right. And a wedding dress. She sure did.
She didn't have her drawers on in the tunnel already. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you.
She found, remember in the suitcase, y'all? She was going through it and she found like lingerie.
Yeah,
like
she
old,
found
like
little,
Meemaw's lingerie. But yeah.
She said Meemaw's lingerie. Yeah, she found the old little Muriel type of shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
That's
She, yo, and I thought she was going to tuck that shit and take it with her for real. The way she was looking at it, she was like,
well, okay. So Julie B Deep Dives is the one that, like, she brought this up before she started her channel on Jeremy's stream. She kept on saying, she's like, y'all, Tabitha, that looked familiar to her. And I'm like, no, it's just a weird situation, y'all. It was weird. And she's like, I'm telling you, and Jeremy Ice and Fire Chat, she's like, it looked familiar to her. And look, that theory was backed up.
I mean, she definitely looked at it and was like, what the hell? Where did this come from? How is this here? She was definitely perplexed that it was there. So that indicates that she knew that it was, it reminded her of something. It could be the little nightgown she was wearing when Thomas fell off the what's her name. Shit, who knows? I don't know. But I mean, you got the slow walkers down there taking stuff. Why would they take the item? Why would they take the item? Maybe
she goes back and gets it and tries it back on for Jade, and more memories come back from a different timeline. He'll be like, oh shit, I remember our honeymoon, 1929. That's what's gonna happen.
Maybe it's a past life. Maybe it's another past life, and that nightgown was.
She's got to do her honeymoon dance for him. Then now, put on some cologne.
You funny.
I think it's
I'm rolling out here, man. Thank you guys for having me up.
Crazy as hell that
Bye, March.
Oh, yes, indeed. Bye, Freedom's March. Peace. Thank you for joining.
Oh, Freedom's March. My bad.
Oh, no problem.
Good. I appreciate you guys for letting me up here and saying my thoughts. I appreciate that.
Indeed. And yo, here's the thing. I think it's crazy as hell that Christopher was Miranda's side piece.
Well, where's I don't think he was. Where's everyone getting that? Are we assuming that?
Well, yeah, I'm kind of assuming that.
I'm not. But then I heard somebody say something that made sense. Once again, I think this was Julie B, by the way. Who knows? That maybe the reason, looking back, because we've learned even more so now than ever that Victor's memory is the worse than Meemaw's memory, right? So maybe if from his 8-year-old child eyes, he sees Christopher or remembers Christopher going evil, doing all these bad things, but really it's because this guy was dating his mom. Or maybe because really this guy was having a breakdown like Jade is right now. And from an 8-year-old's eyes, this does seem crazy. This is no longer fun. But it still doesn't make sense to what, as of now, Victor's memory is that they needed to hide from Christopher.
Now, one thing that is definitive is that Miranda and Victor and Eloise did not get there in the 2 cars that came in. Victor was already there.
Do we know that?
Yes, Victor pointed it out that he was already there when the 2 cars came into town, and it changed everything, is what he said. So that if he says it changed everything, that means that he had to be there to know what it was like before it changed, right?
I guess. I don't know, man.
Yeah, he was there when the 2 cars got there already. Now, Christopher, he also said that Christopher was one of the two cars. He was in one of the two cars.
Yeah. So, but was he not one? Because look, Victor forgot his own damn sister,
Yeah.
even though he buried her next to his mother and made a tombstone for her.
Yeah.
Victor also thought the doll, he was for sure. So does he just remember that two cars came that day and he forgot it? I'm being serious. It could be that he's been told over and over again, two cars came that day and he forgot that he was in those two cars.
He alluded that he knew what it looked like before two cars got there.
Okay.
When he told Julie about it, he said,
Okay.
"Oh, two cars, that hasn't happened in a long time. It's special." So how do you know? You know what I'm saying? If you don't know what it looked like before you got there, you dig? So like he alluded to that twice.
Okay.
Know? And it's crazy, his whole demeanor when he said that, you know, was real crazy to me. How he was just like, I don't know, he said it in a way that he was very creepy. Like,
Okay. Maybe the two cars things just gets crazy. Or he said Christopher came that day. Okay. So then it's probably just the day that two cars come. That's when now both the Tabitha Miranda, Christopher, or the Tabitha and Jade, or Christopher Miranda, now both of the chosen ones are in the town. That has to be it, right? Because he said Christopher arrived the last time two cars came.
Yeah.
Right? Do you see where I'm getting at? That's the town saying, let's get this started.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Start over time, go time, whatever,
Okay.
you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe.
You know, let me see. Okay, so maybe Christopher is just somebody that came into this town and was just he's maybe somebody that came into this town and was he's a reincarnated, like Jade was reincarnated into him. Because Miranda obviously had to be reincarnated from someone before her, right?
Right on, yeah.
So maybe that's just what their connection is. Either way, it's still kind of like, yo, you got another husband here or another. This guy.
See, I never took it that Miranda and Christopher were together, but
no, they were both. Miranda is. I mean, Christopher and Jade have the same situation.
Person.
Yeah.
So you're subscribing to the theory that pretty much the same life, the life like beats hit every single. Because I'm not. I'm just, it's the same person, same mind, but you know, nurture versus nature, depending on where they grew up, how they grew up, they'll make different choices once they get to Fromtown. That's my headcanon that has not been proven or disproven yet, in my personal view. Make sense?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they do allude the fact that I think that when someone's reincarnated, or that could be anything, that person is not necessarily that person. Miranda is not Tabitha, or Tabitha is not Miranda. She's reincarnated. Tabitha has her own life experiences. She has her own thoughts, own things. They just share some type of soul tie, or the same soul or energy is inside of Tabitha that was in all of these other people as well. That's how I take reincarnation. That's how I look at that theory. Like,
okay.
In real life, that's how I look at it. Like if you are reincarnated from someone in a past life, okay, you're still not that person. You know, you have your own set of everything that makes you you. That begs one of the greatest questions. What are we, right? I believe we are a compilation of everything that we see, taste, touch, hear, smell, and we put all of that information to create what we are. And I think that you're an amalgamation of everything that you've ever sensed with your senses, whether you smell things, touch things, and these things, like we were talking about earlier, can connect themselves to memories and the exact essence of what you are. Everything you're experiencing is something that you've taken in your brain and you have created yourself with, right? So if you are reincarnated as if someone dies and then you come back as this person, I don't think you're necessarily that person. I think that it's just that life force is continuing on inside of another vessel.
But is that what we think they're doing in From? Because I don't know much about reincarnation, so I came into this. You know how you already have a good understanding of what it is.
Mhm.
I came into it no knowledge. So I thought, once again, just from what the show has shown me with no knowledge of how reincarnation works in the real world, that they are more or less the same person in a sense. Do you see what I'm saying? Because she's getting all these memories and she's seen all these repeat things. The same bracelet continues to be made. Do you see what I'm saying? So I don't know if From's doing what you're explaining
Right.
reincarnation is,
So
or if they're
she's
doing their own
so
thing
I
or
think
what.
that she's remembering these things. I think that these things are coming from memories, just like the nightgown that she found inside of the caves. I think that she
Mhm.
remembers it and it's familiar to her. You know what I'm
Okay.
But yeah, that's my thoughts on reincarnation. It's obviously that has to be what they're doing because she's Tabitha Matthews. So she has
Yeah.
her own life. She's not Miranda Kavanaugh. She's Tabitha Matthews. The life force of Miranda Kavanaugh has come into her,
Okay.
has probably been with her. She was born in the 80s because the website showed that she's in her mid 30s. You know
That
what I'm
was in 2002. So she's probably
right.
40 now. I think she was born the same year that, what's her name died? Miranda died.
No, they were looking at a current article
Oh,
about
okay. Okay.
when they were at Henry's house on the computer. They
Oh,
were,
okay. Sorry. My
they were
bad. My bad.
they were looking at an article that said that they were in their 30s, their mid 30s. So if
Okay.
they were in their mid 30s, then she was born in the 80s, right? And so
Right.
if she was born, she was probably born in the 80s, or she could have been born in the 90s. Well, no, she was born in the 80s.
She was born in the 80s.
Yeah.
So I'm reading the comments, and I guess because I had no knowledge of reincarnation, I mean, I'm not stupid. I know what reincarnation means, but not like what it means. So apparently I've been looking at it wrong because I'm reading like James Bullen and Saggy Star have been commenting about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can remember
So
things from a past life even. I remember my mom used to tell me about a dream she had where she was another little girl that spoke a total different language and everything, and the people were speaking a different language. And my mom she said she understood what they were saying in the dream. And I always thought about that. I would be cool to have one of those dreams, like where people were talking in another language. Has anybody in the chat ever had that happen? Have you ever had that happen, Blue Guns and Roses?
I don't think so, but I wanted to say to Steed about the Abby and Tabby. I don't think Abby and Tabby are the same person. I think Abby was tricked by the monsters like Sarah and Elgin, but that's just my opinion. Sorry. But I don't
Yeah.
have I'm not very special. I don't get any type of cool memories or anything like that.
Yeah, she had to be put down because she was tricked by the monsters into killing people. Or she could have came up with that shit on her own. And here's my theory about that, right? Okay, so we see that Tabitha has revealed that she used to have this dream when she was a little girl dressed up like Little Red Riding Hood, and she was walking through and she hides behind a rock and something scares her and she screams. Then she tells Jim and Jade that she would hide behind the rock, and then when she would look up at whatever was chasing them, everybody would scream. So she said that's when everybody started screaming. So what she indicated is that there were more people there with her. At least we don't know if they were kids yet, but everybody would start to scream is what she said. Now, in the quote unquote Miranda pictures or paintings, we see little kids. In Victor's drawings, we see other little kids and stuff like that. Now we have Randall, who is carving things, and Boyd goes into the bus and looks at what he's carving, and what he's carving looks like a lot like one of those heads on that totem pole out there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking that maybe he was a little boy having dreams of this place as well, because there are definitely little boys and little girls featured in these paintings and drawings that they're having. Some of
Good thought.
right.
Good
And
thought.
then what we have is Abby also confirmed that she was having dreams of this place when she was a little girl. Now here's how all of that ties in together. I think that Abby, all right, so when Tabitha has this dream, she said that when that creature or whatever was chasing them would come, she would look up and she would wake up and she would be home again.
Mm-hmm.
So I would wake up and I'd be home again, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking that the same thing was happening to Abby, and this is why Abby had the mindset that if I just kill these people, they'll wake up and they'll be home. This is all a dream. And she
So
was,
you think Abby and Tabby are reincarnated as the same person?
I don't think they're reincarnated
Okay.
as the same person. I think that they were all little kids having dreams about this place.
Okay. What David said, I pretty much subscribe to that. That's pretty much how I think about it, is like there's different types that fill the positions in the town each time, unless I misunderstood his comment. But so have you thought of that when Tabitha is having that dream as her as a little girl, that we know I think that's the original town before it was cursed by From. Okay.
I do too.
Okay. So I think the town didn't get cursed by From.
What were they hiding from and screaming about?
I think that was the main entity coming to offer the townspeople a deal. And apparently they denied it. And whenever Tabby grew up, they were like, yep,
Well, here it is
slaughter them
again,
up.
too. And here's another thing to add to that, is that whatever was chasing them or scaring them was out in the daytime.
Right. Just like the man in yellow. But he doesn't have to be the final boss. Okay. I think he is, though.
Oh, that's
Or
fine.
second boss.
Oh, yeah.
I think something came out of the water that scared her when she was
Oh,
looking
like-
up. I think the monster is under the water in the lake.
Interesting.
That is-
And she jumped up like Ariel, the Little Mermaid, but scary.
Tony said that dreams are you seeing yourself in an alternate dimension. That's what I think. And
I hope it is.
And I like that. I like that idea. I've always thought about that. There's some sort of alternate dimension, alternate realities. In your dreams, no matter how weird and strange they are, it is a reality just because it's a dream, it's existentially happening. These things are proven with wet dreams. Like a man can have a wet dream, and it's like you're not actually doing this act in the physical world. All of this is going on inside of your mind, inside of your dream. However, you can still have that same outcome and reaction,
Right.
in the actual real world. So it does prove that whatever is going on in a dream can have effects on your body. How many times have you dozed off sitting on the couch and dreamed that you stepped off the curb or some shit and your whole body jumped like that? Like, yo, that ever happened to anybody where, like, it's happened. It's funny as hell when it happens. Like, me and my lady have an inside joke about it and shit. Like, sometimes we'll be sitting there with each other and we'll just jerk like that, and we know to laugh because we were just pointing that out. Like, I have this dream where I'll like doze off and I'll step off the curb and my whole body will jump and I'll wake up, and it would be like we'll be watching a movie or something. But things in your dream can definitely affect you. I think we're dealing in different realities and different alternate dimensions, and sometimes it has to do with the things that are going on inside of your mind, and your brain is trying to solve a problem. Like when you're hungry, your brain automatically solves a problem for you to motivate you to get up and go feed yourself in some sort of way or get something to drink or whatever. And we all have these mechanisms where the brain just tries to protect us from everything that can harm us. Like, that's why like if someone throws a ball at your face, like your brain will literally slow down time a little bit so that you can have some sort of reaction to this. Like, and
I'm really bad at reflexes, and my husband said that he would let me shoot an apple off his head because I have really bad aim, but I can understand what you're saying. And
Yeah.
April, I want to say Chrysilla Bell, I think, said that she was saying something about she'd been waiting for something to come out of the water, talking about your theory. I'm trying to multitask, which is really hard for me, listening to everyone and then reading the chat, because the chat is really having some good discussions, actually, and I'm about the reincarnation and the dreams and all that stuff. And then when you dream, our mind leaks DMT, and the patterns in our mind become personified as apparitions. What's DMT? Is that the drug?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, like what Tony's saying here about deja vu, deja vu is like, it's crazy. During 2020, this is this is some shit, y'all. During 2020, I was having deja vu every single day. Every single day, to the point to where it started scaring me, to the point to where I started looking the shit up on Google, and they were saying something about stress. It was like stress. I think
Mhm.
that shit is a lie though, because it was kind of crazy. This one particular time I had deja vu in 2020. It was in August. It was in August. I never will forget this. I was I had the deja vu experience, and I had been having it for weeks, every single day. And I had this deja vu experience, and I just kind of relaxed myself and let it ride.
Mhm.
Like, soon as you have deja vu, the moment you become like self-aware that you're having deja vu, the shit stops and it disappears and it goes away.
Mhm.
But what I did was I relaxed and kind of let this shit ride, and I knew what was going to happen next. No bullshit. I was like, yo, this is about to happen, and bam, it happened. It wasn't delayed in the fact that I could actually say it, but in my mind, I knew that it was about to happen. And it happened like a split second after. And I was like, wow, deja vu is real. Like, what the fuck is happening to me? I didn't know what was happening to me at all. But then I had the deja vu. It subsided
Mhm.
around December, and it started going away. I didn't really know what I was going to do about it. But the following year, 2021, around the same time in August, it was
Yeah.
actually at the beginning of September, the strangest shit happened to me. Um,
What?
my mother was moving, and I was helping my mom move, and I was helping her do some shit. I was up there, like, cleaning and things like that. My mom lives, like, at the time was living like an hour and a half away from me. So I got an hour and a half drive back to the crib. I use my GPS all the time, whether I know where I'm going or whether I don't know where I'm going, because your GPS, if you're on the highway, could tell you if there are any accidents, traffic, whatnot.
Yeah.
In this particular time, my GPS told me to take a route that I never take. I didn't know this route or anything. So I get off where the GPS told me to get off. And I'm going down the roads that it's telling me it's taking me like a back way and shit. And so I get off on this road and I come to a stop sign.
Mhm.
And I get to the stop sign, and I'm looking past the stop sign, and it's at nighttime. It's at night. And I see that there's a train tracks, and the arm is coming down because there must be a train coming. Boom, I see before I pull off from the stop sign, I see the train. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta stop. So
Yeah.
when I pull off out of the stop sign and I get to where the train was, the train disappeared, the tracks disappeared, nothing was there. I'm literally driving like 2 miles an hour with my head sticking out the window looking for tracks. Didn't run over no tracks or anything. Strange as shit. So behind me, I start seeing someone else is stopping at that stop sign behind me. And I'm like, oh, well, I better move on. I don't know what the fuck that was just happened to me. I move on about a mile down the road. The same train is literally going down the tracks, and the arms are down. And I'm like the fourth car behind these trains that waiting on this train to pass. I'm sitting
Yeah.
there literally pinching myself, like, what the fuck just happened? What just happened to me? What is going on? I was thinking about this the whole way to the crib. I get to the crib. I didn't call my lady and say what just happened to me or nothing. I get to the crib and totally forget that shit happened until maybe a week later. My lady's talking to me, and something she said reminded me of it. And I was like, baby, what the fuck? Like, I forgot to tell you. I didn't tell you about what happened to me with the trains when I was coming from my mom's crib. I told her about that shit, and the way she was looking at me, because she knows I'm telling her the truth when I was like
Yeah.
explaining it, and it was just the weirdest fucking thing. So, like, when people talk about like strange things don't happen, and the
Oh, they do
world,
happen.
oh yeah, the world is just a black and white, ones and zeros. Like, no, this shit is definitely, we don't know where we are for real.
So
We
do,
don't
No,
know
do you
where,
we
think it
we
don't.
was
barely
do you
know
think
who
it
we
was
are.
a vision? Do you think you were like having some type of vision of what was just about to happen, or warning you
Well,
somehow about the train?
Well, like I said, the previous year I had been having deja vu every single day, and sometimes it was happening multiple times a day. And I was
Right.
sharing these concerns with my lady, telling her like something's wrong, something's going on. I keep having deja vu. It keeps happening. It's feeling freaky. At first I thought it was cool, like when it was happening, because I always, every time I had deja vu, and I'm sure you guys feel the same way. When you
Yeah.
have deja vu, that shit feels cool. You like, wow, what just happened, right? Like, and when it happens, like I'm sure people feel that way. But
Yep.
after a while, that shit started creeping me the fuck out because it was like, and they were getting longer. They were getting longer, and like I said, the one time I just relaxed and chilled, and I was reading an article on my phone. I was on my phone reading an article, and I had deja vu of myself scrolling the article up. And I said, "Oh my God!" And I just relaxed and chilled. And the thing that I said that I predicted that was going to happen was someone fucking calling me. And it took me back so heavy that I didn't even tell that person that that shit just happened. I just listened to what they were saying. And it was a very significant conversation as well.
Yeah.
It was like an important conversation. I can't really, but it was
No,
important.
look, I've had weird dreams, and it was from my dad's death. But yeah, I get it. It feels weird. I don't like talking or acknowledging or anything like that because it's just weird. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
I remember when I was a little girl, I would have this dream over and over and over again, right? I don't have to go into the dream. I can if you want me to. But the house that I would run to for safety was a house that I would move into in my future. I actually moved into the house that was
That's
my
crazy.
dream. I
That's
know.
crazy.
Wow.
I know. And
Wow.
I don't know what or why to this day. I saw that house when I was, a young girl.
I feel like Tabitha sometimes, Miss Saggy Star. But hey, so what do we think Tabitha is seeing in the dream? You think it's coming out of the water, which is a good theory because it's right there next to the lake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought those veggies down there were like a lure, to get people to come down and get the vegetables around the lake as some type of lure. And then this monster, whatever, bird, monster, I don't know, that lives in that lake, sometimes comes out of that lake and perches in that tree or up high somehow, which caused her to scream when she saw it. But I don't know if that's right. But that's just my...
No, I mean, the food, the weird thing about the food is we were told in the first season that the cows and pigs and shit just shows up in the forest. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cuss. It just shows up in the forest.
Shit.
But also that food was weird. So either it was a parallel, yeah, to Kenny's mom passing away, and she had just said, take it, plant vegetables elsewhere. We need to try little patches elsewhere around to see where in the soil's good. Or it reminded me of the Hansel and Gretel, like the house that looked too good to be true. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I'm sure we'll find out next season more. But yeah,
I was thinking that perhaps there's two entities that exist within From, that one is good and one's bad, right?
I agree. I agree.
The good one sends in these random animals or, patches of food and stuff like that they happen to find. So at first I thought that maybe that was in play. But then when I thought about the location of the cabbage and all that around the lake, I don't know. I kind of thought, well, maybe it is a lure, but I'm not sure. So, yeah. There's all kinds of things that can happen in this place.
I also want to say about the good and bad, like, I guess, well, I have to remember, I don't know everyone else's religion and what they believe, but I have to remember that for hundreds and hundreds of years before, gods weren't always like what I see as a good God who loves me like a child, has my best interest. There were gods that had no interest. They weren't good or bad. Sometimes they were just bored mofos. They wanted to stir shit up. So I'm also wondering if it's not that way, that the boy in white may be less bad than the God that created the monsters, but maybe like, I still kind of think the boy in white, maybe he's good, or better than the monsters, but he has his own agenda and intentions. And do you see what I'm saying? So most of those intentions could line up with the town, but maybe it's not totally, like, he doesn't have the townspeople best interest. He has his own best interest. I don't know, but I do think there's like multiple entities, gods, good, evil, in between is where I'm trying to open my mind to remind myself that in a lot of religions that gods aren't just good, sometimes they're bad, sometimes they're not bad. So
That's right.
Yeah, I don't think that it's a black and white kind of thing where it's like a good one and a bad one. I think they're both in here killing shit and they're both in here helping shit. And I think that the reason why they feed them and give them the animals is so that they can keep them alive in order to continue playing this game.
right on. Yeah.
Like,
See,
even like when humans have like test animals and rabbits and monkeys, they feed them too, but they cutting them up, making
they sure do. That's right. Actually,
they cutting them up just to make hair loss pills and erectile dysfunction pills. They cutting up monkeys and rabbits and shit just to do that, but they feed them too though.
That's right.
can we talk about even though it's really my least interested storyline, but people are talking about in the chat, and it reminded me of something that Chrysla Bell, I don't know, I forgive me if I'm saying your name wrong, but that's probably what's thumping out there, the creature from the lake, which is a good idea. Yeah, I think so too. But okay, so here's what's interesting. The thumping happened before Jade ever removed the totems, right, y'all?
Yes.
Okay.
Before Jade even got out there, they was thumping with Jim and Kenny.
Okay, so riddle me this. We're assuming that was the town that Tabitha lived, or that one of Tabitha's souls lived in years and years and years ago. There was a bear trap out there. So, and then they had the totems, the scarecrows, whatever word you can use for them, right? The bear, or we all assuming the bear trap was out there to catch whatever was maybe thumping around or coming from the lake or something.
Whoever put the bear trap out there is good. Whoever's at the cabins are good. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay,
so cabins are connected to the bear trap because it had the bear trap chains on the cabin door, and so that those are connected. The whoever it is, they're putting bear traps out. They're putting those totems up. They're trying to keep evil out or capture something. You see what
that makes sense.
And there also must be a human because they're planting human food. And I think that we just
so you don't think the one of the entities somewhere just popped that food up real fast?
Nah,
okay.
because all right, so there's in that one, okay, so all right, I just want to address this real quick while I have y'all right here. It's 73 people in here. I don't know how many likes we got. Get the likes up. I got to address this real quick. It's people in the chat in my comment section. I'm getting these comments as I'm on this live. I looked at a couple of the comments, and I'm noticing that people are saying I'm bugging, I'm reaching, and all of this. And I just want y'all to get this understood, right? I'm not here to solve the show. I'm not trying to solve the show, right? I am making like a hidden meaning, pointing out the esoteric nodes and the esoteric symbolism. You see what I'm saying? And I'm pointing out the esoteric symbolism in the show. I'm not here really to make predictions. But I want to say this. In me pointing out the esoteric connection and me pointing these things out, I was the only one talking about the Vesica Pisces and the egg situation, and they totally showed up in the show. Fatima lays an egg. The egg goes down the hatch. The egg hatches into the monster. And even Jade in that same episode talks about the Venn diagram, which is a Vesica Pisces, right? And I think that just that alone should show you like, yo, there is something there with the esoteric shit. The guy's not trying to like solve the show as far as what's going to happen. I do have my personal predictions and I throw those in there too. And I love to have these discussions. But I'm for the most part, for the most part, I'm dropping the esoteric clues. So I'm not reaching or I'm not bugging or I'm not per se getting anything wrong.
I remember hearing you say that about the eggs and everything. And with that, I thought, before this season ended, I thought that Victor and Tabitha were actually sister brother and that they were twins. And that's why we saw like the splitting of the egg, like one egg into two. So I thought Eloise was actually Tabitha.
Let me round off my thought real quick. I wanted to say that there's some people in the comments of my videos like really going crazy on this one video that I did about Jade and the Civil War soldier, and they're saying that this was wrong and this turned out to be wrong. It's not turned out to be wrong. It's not even a theory that was
complete yet.
Right, yeah. It's something that I was pointing out about the esoteric symbolism. There's things that in my theory or in my esoteric symbolism about Jade that you cannot deny. And here's one of them, right? The Jade plays the fiddle, okay? Jade plays the fiddle, and he came into the town with a dude named Toby, right? Toby and Fiddler were best friends on the movie Roots, and Jade is the one who finds the roots, right? All of that to me is esoteric symbolism, okay? And so here's the thing. I was going to put the theory out before the season finale of season 2, the season 2 finale. I was going to put the theory out, but I didn't want to be that guy that was making the show about race. But you know what? I should have put that shit out because I was going to tell you that Toby and Fiddler are two characters from the movie Roots. And then in the season 10, in episode 10 on season 2, you would have saw Jade find the roots. And it would have been just like me pointing out the esoteric symbolism in season 3. And then Fatima ends up laying the egg, just like I was pointing out the egg symbolism. And I'm not sitting here like tooting my own horn or bragging, but I'm just talking to the people out there that be commenting and shit and saying wild shit like I'm bugging, I have apophenia, I'm seeing connections that aren't there. Like, yo, you are fucking bugging if you think that the connections that I'm pointing out are not there. It's got to be obvious after I point the shit out. But am I saying that that shit is an answer to the show? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just pointing out the esoteric symbolism. And if you didn't know, esoteric just means hidden. That's it. So I'm just pointing out the hidden meaning. So like, yo, let's have fun. Let's look at the show, analyze the shit, point out some things that we're noticing, talk about what we think is going to happen. Enjoy yourself. We got a whole year or so or more to wait for the season to come back. You can watch 30 episodes of the shit right now. Like, chill out, yo. We having fun over this motherfucker, and you ain't stopping shit over here. So, like, nice try. But, yeah, I'm going to unmute their mic real quick so they can rap. My rant is over with.
Good rant. People were probably in the comments just now talking about me. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, and I don't get all the connections, but I really love this show, and I love hearing people talk about it.
Yeah, it's fun. Like, what the fuck? Yo, shout out to these guys for making a show that can bring all different types of people together and rock out like this. Like, if they didn't do anything else, if you don't like shit else about the show or how the season ended, you cannot deny the impact on the different walks of life that it has had. Period. You can't deny it. It's undeniable the impact that it had on the people. You know what I'm saying?
I really like the
people
characters
spend hours and hours
on this
talking
show.
about this show.
Well, can I say something really fast? And like, I don't want to I'm not trying to say anything like people take it the wrong way. I'm not trying to be woke or anything like that. I'm just saying I do like there's older females in the show that are not just a mom. Like I love Donna. Donna is one of my favorite characters. I love that they have characters like Donna or Ten Chin. Like, I don't know. I really, really enjoy the show, and I think there's something for everything. It's something for everybody, and I enjoy watching it a lot. I'm not good at making theories. I'm not very good at crafting or seeing what's going to come. I saw the Fatima thing, like I said, because I grew up going to catechism, but I love hearing everyone else's theories. After it's so cool to like watch a show, you see what you see, and like I said, you come to other people and they see something totally different or bring new visions to your own thoughts. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So.
see, Golden Child always comes through with the vibes real quick. He came through. The word occult means hidden. Just like, yes, it does. It does. It definitely means hidden. It means to hide something. You see what I'm saying? It means to have something as a secret. I think it comes what's the word? Oculitare or something like that. Oculitarian or something like that. It means to have a secret or something.
Dawn, I saw that. Dawn in the comments. I saw somebody mention that, but I haven't went back. Is it the same bracelet or is it just some random bracelet that Jade is wearing? Do you see what she said? So that some people are saying that Jade had the same bracelet on that Miranda
Nah, it wasn't
found.
the same. It
Oh,
looks it's a similar bracelet, but
barnacles.
it's a little different. It is a
No.
little different. But Jim definitely has the bracelet on, and it didn't save his ass from the man in
Nope.
yellow.
Bye, Jim.
Jim is gone.
I
Right?
don't care. Jim's gone. I liked
think-
his actor. I like the actor. The actor did a really good job. You know why I don't like Jim? It's not that he's some abusive asshole. They did a really good job at showing a real life fail in marriage. Tabitha had checked out a long time ago, right? Okay, she's done. She's gone. Checked out a long time ago, mentally, emotionally. Then Jim's over here still thinking everything's fine and in like a panic to try to fix everything. He's trying to fix everything. He's trying to control everything. He's trying to tell her everything is fine when it's not, and he's not listening. That's a very realistic going down the shitter marriage, y'all.
Yeah.
So that's what I really liked it. And I saw that Jim played a real life talking to my girlfriend's dickhead husband, who isn't a bad person. Jim is not a bad
The whole
person.
Matthews family, when you look at it in hindsight, a lot of people give the Matthews family trouble on their acting. I think they all did well, especially when you look at Tabitha. She played the woman that had checked out.
Tabitha just has an accent. I'm really curious. Like,
She
I don't
played that
know if
very
people get
good.
confused with like a Mexican accent and then a South Latin accent, which are all very, very different. That's not a fake accent. That is how she speaks.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
then
fine.
also you have Julie was hard on Tabitha because she realized that the mom was the one that was pretty much checked out of the relationship. And so she was kind of hard on her mom for that. She played great. She played the great rebellious teen. Her character development during the entire show, every single season just got better and better with Julie. The first season with the Colony House Massacre really changed her outview and her outlook on life real quick. She wanted to be right back with her family. She wanted to know what was going on. She was terrified. She just went through a faraway tree. Like, all of these things were going on. She changed up. She switched up. She was about to flip the whole diner over when she heard the screaming out there and her dad was stuck under the house. She was trying to get the fuck up out of there. The next morning when they got out, she ran over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, all of those things, like with Julie, was real fire and showed her character development. A lot of people gave her a hard time for her acting. Then the screaming. Oh my God, the screaming was crazy when she was caught up with the cicadas. Her relationship with Ethan is pretty dope. She's like a real kind of like big sister with Ethan. And she even spoke on that in this season, which was real dope. Ethan's acting is real cool. Like, the first season, he was just acting like the kid that was seeing the things, hearing the arguments, seeing the parents, but he was in his own world with his stories. They were still trying to make him happy, and then seeing him in season 3 and how he evolved all the way through season 2 and now season 3. I love his acting in there. I think he did a great job. He didn't look too old. He did get a little bigger, pause, and he was a lot different from how the character looked in season 1 and everything.
Yeah.
Too
I
much.
think we have to suspend our belief, y'all. Ethan's gonna grow unless we want them to cast another actor. I don't know if I know y'all were talking about a time jump earlier, but I don't know if a time jump's gonna work so well right now in the show.
Him aging while they were filming didn't really affect it that much. It wasn't that bad. Now the boy in white, his age was so drastic. He aged a lot more.
Bro, he's one of those middle schoolers that after summer break, he's grown 2 feet and his voice is deeper. Yeah.
He definitely, but I love the way they took advantage of that and pointed that out and didn't hide from it, didn't run from it, didn't recast him. I think they recasted him for a couple of parts. Like maybe that's why they didn't show us the face of the boy in white when he was talking to Christopher. It was probably someone else. And the little boy that was outside that was waving at Tabitha definitely did not look like Box at all. But who knows? It probably could have been him. But he killed his part too, and I loved it. I think that the about face move that he did was deliberate. I think the hand gestures that they made him do when he was talking to Chris, those were deliberate as well.
I noticed that. What was that about? About face move. Was there more to it?
I don't know if there was anything to it. I definitely pointed it out. And
I think it was just meant to show that they were having a deep argument. You get mad, you start even right now as I'm speaking, and I'm meaning it. I'm moving my hands because I'm meaning it. Do you know what I'm saying? That's all I thought I took it as.
Something about that about face move though. It wasn't kid-like, if you will.
Well, I don't think he's a kid. I believe Sarah there.
No, I don't think he's a kid either, but he's in a kid body. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's something weird about how he did that about face. And now that he says it, he's right. It really is something weird about that. But I think they're good actors. Okay. Everyone seemed to be doing a good job. And I don't know why people complain so much,
I don't know, but okay. So y'all realize that 2025, that is next month. So even though I'm Saggy Star talking about the wig, I don't know if we're going to get we might get a time jump in the middle of next season, but From is the only show that I know of that ever since it came out, we've gotten a new season every year, right? Because I started watching in season 1 when I was on Epix, and then it went to MGM Plus, which it was really effing hard to find. Because try searching up From before season 2
from MGM,
on Google, so hard.
From MGM without getting From, yeah, I know.
But anyways, I just want to say that 2026, next month is 2025. So we could see From in 13 months all the way to 25 months. But I think realistically, if we're just going by past seasons, I think it's going to be the average 13 to 16 months. That makes sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't think everyone's 2 full years. It's y'all, but 2025 is less than a month away.
I mean, we just had the finale a week ago. And so, yeah, I mean, we're at the end of the year pretty much. So, yeah, I'm not too mad about the 2026 release.
He looks older. I think he's 12 years old, Saggy Star. If we're still talking about Ethan, I think he's 12 years old. So, yeah, he's about to go through that.
Growth spurt, yeah.
Right. I mean, I guess it was just with Carl on The Walking Dead. And I think they finally did a time jump when he was a teenager, but we were still supposed to believe he was 12. I can suspend my belief on the acting. I can do it. I don't want them to recast Ethan.
And The Walking Dead is an easy show to do a time jump with. You get your encampment, y'all set up camp, and then next season we can come back. Y'all been living there for a year in camp, and then this guy's bigger, and you know what I'm saying, all that crazy shit. You know what I mean? I'm
actually glad we don't get 20 episodes if that's not the standard anymore, because I feel like I'm more for quality over quantity. Although I would really like to have 12 episodes, 13, 14, but
shorter too.
Yeah, I don't know.
The episodes were shorter. They weren't an hour long. You know what I'm saying? Now, what I mean, I'm not saying they're an hour long now. They're like what 40 something minutes?
45 minutes or so.
Yeah,
43.
45 minutes to an hour.
With a 20-minute recap every time. Yeah. The recaps are so freaking long, man.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. So let me ask you guys some questions about the actual goings on in front. How do you think we move forward with Fatima, being that she killed Tilly?
I don't know. There's so much this season. Characters went through more trauma in different ways than any other season. It's always been traumatic, but I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. It's like, okay, as stands. So we have to let's put ourselves in from. Here's what from no. First of all, I want to remind everyone that Boyd, nobody knows that as stands, nobody knows that Elgin physically took Tabitha to the cave. They only know that he knew where she was. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So going into season right now, pretend we just finished the season and we are in Fromville. We are in the exact moment right after they snatch up Fatima.
Yo,
okay, Boyd is still down in the tunnels.
Real quick, not to cut you off. Shout out Chris LaBelle for the super chat via Cash App. Thank you very much for your generosity. Drop a comment in there. Drop a thought in there. I'd like to highlight it and see what you're talking about real quick. I appreciate you for the generosity, and that's going towards the documentary. Peace.
You know what? I'm thinking that they know something. They suspect, because why would they do all that to Elgin?
Because he knew where she was. That's what I want to bring up. They right now, here's what the characters know. So only the co-signing of torture crew knows that Fatima is even found. Everybody else in town is out looking out for Fatima, except for Jade and Tabitha. They don't give a flying F. They're out there playing songs, right? Jim's dead, supposedly. But right now, everyone else in town, except for the co-signed torture crew, they knew that Elgin knew where Fatima was. They did not know. So I just wanted I'm just trying to put us from town. They did not know that he lied and physically drug her down there. For all they know, the lady, someone else put her there. They do not know he put her there, is what I'm trying to say. Okay. Also, remember, the only people that know that Fatima stabbed Tilly is Boyd, Elgin, and Fatima herself. Elgin does not know what happened. Wait, does Elgin know what happened to Tilly? I don't think he does. Right?
I think maybe he does.
He insinuated he did. He said that because the baby was hungry.
Yeah, he said he knew about that.
Yeah. Taking her down in the cellar or whatever it was would keep her safe from everyone,
Okay, so So as stands, Elgin knows, Boyd and Donna know. Nobody knows. Everybody else in town is out. Remember, Acosta thought she was still out looking for Fatima. But so nobody else in town even knows that Fatima is found. Nobody else in town knows what Elgin did. So the townspeople are going to get back. If I am Bacta and I come back to Colony House, I'm going to see Elgin eyeless, Fatima bleeding with no baby. How is it going to open? Do you see what I'm saying? We're in from, this is what we know. How's it going to go? Isn't that crazy to think about? I have where are they going to start?
Well, they've ended at a good place because they can go in so many different directions. So I think it's genius.
I don't know if it's going to be the first episode, and I hate this because I really don't like Acosta, but she is bringing, because Acosta expects everyone to go by real world rules except for herself. Right? Because she didn't have to account for every bullet that she shot in Fromville, did she? No, she gets the excuse it was monsters. She was scared. That's why she left Tabitha tied up. But now everyone else is going to be held to real world rules. And you know what? That's going to be an issue, though, because the town has already stopped trusting Boyd. Acosta is going to come there. And I want to make it clear, and I will be really pissed if they give Kenny a pass, because Kenny was there and Kenny's just as guilty. Kenny was a lookout. Donna said, oh, golly geez, Boyd, don't do it. Here's my tools are. Yeah, do you see what I'm saying? Everyone in there was guilty. And Acosta walked in on that. And I'm sure Acosta is going to bring it to the town.
And Acosta's right for that, because, y'all in here torturing motherfuckers. Now you got to think about it from her perspective. I see that. Yeah, we had to take some drastic measures to find out what the fuck is going on. I get that. I understand that. But let's look at it from Acosta's.
If I'm Acosta, that's what I'm saying. If I'm Acosta, I just with everything
And
that
I'm in
everyone
this
knows in the
big
town, which is very.
creepy
I'm
ass
telling the
house
town. I'm freaking out.
with this creepy ass looking room. Yo, that scene made Donna's room look so much more creepier. That
And
shit,
remember, Acosta was
house,
already told
everything.
about the serial killer Sarah, and she's like, "Why is she running free? This isn't safe."
Look at the
Exactly.
perspectives in the shots that we were getting of Colony House, like looking down the steps as Boyd, Sarah, and them were coming up the stairs.
Sarah
And,
needs to be locked up somewhere.
like,
She's
yo,
dangerous.
Sarah's dangerous as shit. Like,
She
all
needs
of
to
that,
be in the jail.
all of them definitely.
I think that's where the small community
you
comes in. There's going to be a split in the town. I hope we don't have a time jump, Saggy Star, and I don't want to see in flashbacks. I hope they pick up exactly where we left off in all that chaos. I want I want all the other townspeople to come up in there. Tabitha, Jade, Julie, Ethan. I want and to have to deal with it right then and there. That's what I
I
hope.
want to bring the
What
drama.
about if they do the time skip and there's the divide is already there? It's been there, and it's kind of like we don't know exactly how everything went down.
I might be as mad as Taryn. I don't know. It depends how it plays out.
Okay, but there's definitely going to be a divide. There's no doubt about it.
I think so. I don't see any way around it.
Either that, or there's going to be a whole lot of lying and shit.
That or it's either there's going to be a divide or got to kill Acosta. So
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the only. I'm telling you right now. That's the only way around it. I just want to make sure, like, because I don't know. I don't know why I care. I just because morally, if we're going to go by morally, like I can understand what Boyd was going for. Listen, if you have my child or anybody in my family tied up, I don't even have to think they have a demon baby in them to cut something off of you, you know? So I get it as a person. It's not fair. It's not okay. And if I were a townsperson and I saw Boyd do that, I would not be okay with that. But I see people saying like, Sarah's the one that really did it. They're going to be so mad at Boyd. I bet Kenny and Acosta. No, Kenny and Acosta cannot go off together now.
Because
Kenny, Ellis, Donna, Boyd, Sarah are all just as guilty. It doesn't matter.
You made a good point earlier about them not knowing exactly the way he kidnapped her and all of that and took her from the.
Yeah, I just wanted to put that into perspective because I also saw like I don't know if anybody watches New Watchers on the Wall, which I do not agree with him, by the way, but people keep on saying like bringing up what Elgin did and well he did this, he did that Elgin. Okay, Elgin losing an eye was not punishment for kidnapping Fatima. I'm going to say it one more time.
That's
not punishment for kidnapping Fatima.
We knew how he kidnapped Fatima,
but no one else does.
But they tortured him as if they knew what he did, and
they did not. They only wanted information out of him. This is for real torture. This was not a punishment. This was not because he did anything to Fatima. They don't know he did anything to Fatima. They only know he knows where she is.
Sarah took it too far. They could have
for all they know, the voices told him that. The voices told Sarah they're laughing. They don't even. So
no one doubts Sarah's eyes out.
They literally could have let him walk right out the house, and he would have took them right to her.
Exactly. That's what
I don't know. You could have. You could have. We don't know that though. I don't know. I don't think that would have been a good idea.
Right to her.
Yeah, they caught him with the bag, and he was like, "Where was you going? You got a lot of supplies."
Okay, but I also want to put into perspective. Remember, in Sarah's head, which whenever the monsters have laughed at Sarah, or like made fun of her, or like whenever the townspeople are in pain, the monsters are not laughing or not lying about their laughing. Did you see what I'm saying? Okay, so if they in their mind, they don't know where Fatima's at. They know she's close, and they know they will not find her in time. If I tell you about that, your mom, your daughter, what are you thinking? Find her in time? You're not going to find her in time. Ha ha ha! She's close, but Elgin knows where she is. So no, I'm not waiting around to play secret squirrel. And they were right. They had to confront him. It was a time sensitive to them in their minds.
But he was on his way out the door.
Okay,
well, I'm just saying I'm not waiting around. I'm saying, where is she? Tell me now. You don't have time to go get lunch.
We having right now. Check this out. But I did say that I was gonna cut this off at 9:30, and it's now like 2 hours and 15 minutes later.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
From then. But no, it's all good. I enjoyed the conversation. I was definitely enjoying myself, and we were vibing on here. I love the conversation. The way they did this is what I love about the finale most of all, and all of the things that are there in the finale. I What I love about it most is the fact that we can sit here and have this conversation like this, and there's lots to talk about until it comes back, and there are lots of videos to be made, and I'm sure, like, people will continue to watch these videos that people put out, because there are a lot of good points that everybody's making. I mean, on many different things, morality and everything. What they did to Elgin is uncalled for. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
They did not know that this man kidnapped the woman, but they just knew that he knew where she was.
Yeah.
And
Ridiculous.
he dragged her down the steps and dragged her in the room and locked her in there. They didn't know none of that shit. They didn't find out that until they had to move the chest out the way to get to the door. And
No, I don't even think they still know. I don't think they still know. Unless Fatima, because all Fatima said, Fatima just gave birth. And if you have not given birth, I want you to imagine what it's like to give natural birth, like our great-great-grandmas did. Eat straight, okay? You're ripping, you're bleeding, you were in pain. I don't think they know what happened at all. I don't think Fatima had the time to tell them. But I just wanted to bring up that I want everyone to remember, when they tortured Elgin, they had no clue he was responsible in any way for Fatima being missing. They only knew that he knew where she was because he was talking to the monsters. And so that's all.
Yes, indeed. I just want to shout out Burnt Loaf. Thank you for your super chat. Thank you for your generosity. And says the monsters are undead creatures called a leech or lich. They are powerful, immortal creatures that cannot be killed with conventional weapons or poisons. Oh, that's dope. And they were turned into that. They were tricked to be turned into that. I'm assuming your theory is. That's a really dope thought. But yo, I gotta get out of here. Gotta turn it in. Get up early. Get the day started. Have a good time. And I've had a good time with you all here. Thank you for joining me, Alice and Glue Guns and Roses. Yo, go check out Glue Guns and Roses channel. She does some really cool stuff over there. We've been watching and checking you out. I love it. I love what you're doing over there. You got a pretty dope channel, sis.
Oh, you're too kind. No one has to check out my channel. It has nothing to do with From. But hey, thanks for having me on.
Nothing to do with From, but it's really cool. I'll just let you see it when you get over there. Go check her out. Blue Guns and Roses. Easy to find. It's gonna pop right the fuck up. Yep.
Thanks for hanging out with me, April. Thanks for having me on, Mr. Real.
Alice. Yes, indeed.
Alice.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. My bad.
Oh, no problem, Megan. No problem.
No, yes, thank you so much for having me. It was a lot of fun. Thank you guys.
Yes, great. Thank you. And just a little something to think about while we wait on the next episode. That's all for the live stream today. I will catch you in the next one. Peace.